live guitar practice number 20. We're working on Blackbird. Saturday night. It's kind of late, so bear with me. I might be having a beer or two. Founder Centennial. This is first look, and this is the correct way to play it. And I actually linked below The Art of Guitar. He did a really good breakdown. Pulled up some videos of Paul McCartney playing it live, and past and present. I mean, they're all past because they're videos, but I just did a really good job of breaking it down, and that's the kind of the correct way to play it. Now, John, who writes all of our sheet music, wrote out this tab. If you guys would like to purchase this or become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com, that's very helpful to us. Helps us write more tabs and more sheet music for you guys. $9.99 gets you 10 pieces of lead guitar sheet music a month, and gives us a, gives us a push and a reason to create videos like this. And these videos help me practice, and I hope they help you guys as well. So, like I said, The Art of Guitar, link is below. He does a great job of breaking this video, or breaking down the style that Paul McCartney uses. I'm going to slaughter a little bit of what he told in the video, just to get the idea of it down. And I'll have to relearn some habits, because I've taught this song many times before, but with a simplified tab that was missing quite a bit of the detail. And one thing that I am very impressed with John always is just the amount of detail that he puts in our sheet music. Really kind of puts all the nuances in it that a lot of other places miss. So supposedly, and I don't know what is the truth of this, but Paul McCartney isn't a great fingerstyle guitarist, or in this song he's not, and The Art of the Guitar kind of said it that way too. So I'm stealing from him, and he explained it much better than I, and didn't stumble as much on his words as I am. But really, kind of some of the basics that he talked about was he's only using these two fingers, and let me move that microphone just a little bit. So anytime that you see, and we'll kind of break this down, I don't know, slowly, because I got to reteach myself because I've been playing it wrong for so many years. When these two notes are together, he's using these two fingers. He's doing this kind of pluck thing. I might have to just move a little bit. Now, when he is playing these double notes, so this G and D string right here, if I can find my pointer, he's kind of like making his finger into a little bit of pick. Hey, bro, Aaron, great feedback on this guitar. I love this guitar. What you don't see, now you can kind of see it in the light, this very big crack that I put into it quite a few years ago, but I got a good repair job on it, but I do love this guitar, and I think it gives it a little bit of character. So the thing that's gonna be hard for me is he's only using these two fingers, and he's really using this as a strum. So and I think of it as his downbeat, like one end. Well, you might say that's not a downbeat, but in this song, context-wise, it is the 16th note up strums. I think he does like a pickup. We'll just have to like kind of go through this slowly and break it down, and you kind of see I'm struggling just a little bit. Might be on more than my first beer. But it really is this motion of the strum. I'm going to churn a bit so you can kind of see what I'm doing. And then the next chord, that A minor. And I'm going to say everything that I'm going to do is going to be an approximation. Like, John does such a good job of hearing, like, hey, he hit this G string on this note. Well, I may not get the G string. Or, like, over here he says the B and the G. I'm going to get it really, really close. We're going to, note for note may not happen, but it's the style that I'm really interested in more than anything else. And I'll do more videos on this and hopefully change my camera angle down the road so you can really see. But this first look should be rough, kind of getting the idea of it, hopefully breaking some old habits. All right, I'm going to quit talking and get this done. What I do find funny, now that I said I'm not going to talk, it's tough to get this finger to be loose. All right, let's do that at 54. Full speed I think is 94. I'm just going to see if I can do this. then 2 and 3 and only these two fingers. So that's not bad. Okay, can do that. Now when he hits this, right? So he's plucking, strum, I'm gonna call that a strum, slide. So 1 and 2 and 3 and slide. Now here's where it gets a little bit more complicated. So I would say this is a pluck, and I'm kind of really taking it enda. So he's going 1 enda, which I'm just turning my first finger into a pick. 1 enda, 2 e end. So I'm gonna, on that 10, I'm just gonna keep pointing to where I'm at. This 10 0 0 12. I'm gonna go down or down. It's gonna take me a while to learn how to speak this language. Thumb up down. Thumb up down. It's just gonna take me a while. I say a while, but honestly, like 3 practices of this, I'm probably going to learn this technique pretty quickly. And same thing for you. Supposedly, an art of guitar, again, does a better breakdown than I am. I'm going to quit saying that. Supposedly, it's a sloppy way to play. So there's a reason, you know, it might not be that hard to play, pick up. Now, it may be sloppy, but it is totally the sound of the song. Or maybe better than saying sloppy is just a simplified technique, but you can kind of see with what's going on. It doesn't make it easy to play. It's actually pretty hard. So 1 enda, 2 e and 3. Okay, we're not even going to worry about that full measure. Let's just get 1 enda, 2 e end. And 54 might be too fast for me. 54 is too fast for me, so we're going to slow this down to 44. One enda, 2 e and 1 enda, 2. Still too fast for me. So, what I do know: thumb enda, thumb enda. Just a little bit more. You can hear I'm not great at that enda, thumb, enda, 2 e and. Nope, 2 e and 2. So we got 1 enda, 2 e and. That was good, but I don't think I could do it in time yet. Let's hear 44 again. 2 e and 1 enda, 2 e and 1. 1 enda, down, up, down, down. Now this is where I'm saying I might not be that picky about. You hear that? There's a little bit of that second string in there. I don't really care. As I get tighter with that understanding of that rhythm, not rhythm, technique. When I get better at this technique, it'll be easier for me. Okay. 1 enda, 2 e end. Now, when I see Paul do it, though, it's more free flowing. I'm kind of very much directing it. Much like this microphone that's not exactly where I want it to be. So the big lessons are, anytime you see 2 notes together, it's going to be a pluck. then I feel like anything that's an end or a number, like 1, 2, 3, 4, is going to be a down strum. When you hear that little bit of a fingernail in there. And then anything that's an E or an is going to get up. So those are the rules in my mind. 1 and a 2 E and 1 and a 2 E and 1 and a 2 E and. Good. So I feel like that's the idea there. So 3 would be 3 and a 4 E and 3 and a 4. Yep, 4 E. So that 4 thumb up down, thumb up down. So 3 and a 4 E and. Already starting to groove a little bit more. And 4 E and 3 and 4 E and. 3 and 4 E and. Try that whole thing. Whole thing is in this measure. Let's not worry about more. So we got 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. I got an extra note in there. Again, not gonna be too picky about it. You can see the slight differences between this measure and the second measure, the verse. Maybe there's a difference. I'm looking now. Yeah, there's one difference. He hits at 12. So, like I said, just small little nuances. Again, try my best at getting everything. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Nice. Okay. And 2 E and. So really, we just have this pattern: 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Now, again, I think as soon as I get more comfortable, this finger is going to be like, especially when we get up to tempo, it's going to be more free form. You kind of hear it already. It does really change your perspective of the song. I spent many years playing it. Now, go listen to the actual recording and you're going to hear more. And I don't know if sloppy is the right word, just nuanced, extra notes. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. All right. So let's do those two. One thing that's going to get me every time is that slide. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 again, sorry. 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Try my best. So do both measures. Slow. And 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. not perfect with the pick idea, but good enough. Okay. So let's just start breaking this down. Verse 1, doing that same thing in the beginning. So that's what I said he's doing. 1 and 2 E and, okay, 3 and 4 E and. Just a lot of maneuvering. 1 and 2 E and again, I'm gonna try to do the notes how they're written. Every once in a while I might vary just a little bit. Like that's hard for me to do. 3 and 4 E and. I want to play 3 and 4 E and. So I might, as we get up to tempo, play a little bit of variation of that. See if we can do that with metronome. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Just feels like I'm out in space. I know like the grounding of the pinky or even just my third finger too, because he's not doing anything else. Feels better without metronome. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Some amalgamation of that. All right, we're just gonna keep moving. So 3-0-5. I'm wondering 1 and. I do kind of wonder if he'd play 1 and 2. He'd probably play the right notes. I'm just gonna treat that as a downstrum. 1 and 2 and 3. What did I make a mistake on? Oh, 3-5 is where it starts. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Yeah. So I think all those 0-5s is just a strum like that. And that 0 by itself is a strum as well. So we got 3-5. I'm just going to work on these chord movements as you can see that I'm not doing good at them. 3-5-4-3-5-7-6-5. Okay. So then in context, and you hear me getting those extra notes. Okay, we can live with that. All right, let's put that on a loop. That's gonna be a little rough, but. And it's nice and slow with just 8th notes. 1 and already bad. 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. Okay, let's do that by ourselves a minute. funny, right? Because you can hear that one I have to like kind of drag my first finger to get both. And then play a little sloppy, like a little bit more with that pick. And that one I have to clean up because it's only the third. It'll happen. It'll come in time. Metronome. And 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. All right. There's some really ugly notes in there, but right, like nothing sounds perfect, but yes and no. Okay, we're just gonna keep moving on. Let's just try to get this first verse down. Maybe we'll do the chorus too. All right, so we're at a 7, 8. So I'm going. Again, I'm kind of doing that. Yeah, because that's the only really way that I would approach it, is he's just kind of pinching those all together and then turning his finger into a pick. Now on that mute, I'm kind of playing down, down, up, mute, or down, down, mute, strum. So we got 1 in the down mute strum, 1 in the... There's a lot going on here, which is good. Good practice. In the 2E and 1 in the 2E and... So if you want to get a new technique down, that's what you do. Just repeat over and over again, nice and slow. That mute is just happening because my finger happens to be draping over that other string. So we got this. And again, the idea starts coming to you, right? So on 3, it's 3, down, up, thumb, up, down. In some ways it's easier to play this way. Some ways it's harder. Let's do that whole measure. 2E and 3 and a 4. So here are the chords. 2E and 3 and a 4E and. Sounds weird, slow, right? It's going to start coming together. All right, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. So I don't think there's too much of a problem with that 7/5. Sometimes just hitting that 0 perfect. 8 to be. Now, I don't think he planned any of those mutes. They just happened to happen. Yeah, that's the right way to say that. So it's like, I don't know, it's like a mistake in a movie and we're trying to put it in on purpose. So you try to play the approximation of the song. Okay, let's do this measure. And then I think before I get too much farther along, I have to start putting stuff together. Otherwise, I'm going to know like pockets of measures and not how to actually play the song. 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 4 E and. Itself is fun to play. And 2 E and. Down, down, up, down, up, down. To our probably not using as much fingernails as I should. Some of those things I can fix later though. So that whole measure would be 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. That is good enough for me. 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Section do we have? I guess let's just learn it all and then we'll put it back together because a lot of this is playing the same idea, right? Yeah, so 1 and so also thinking of it as downs and ups, down, up, down, up, down. What have you been up to? A long time no chat, and I'm actually playing guitar, my bro. My guy, my bro. What's new in your world, man? I'm doing Blackbird, if you couldn't tell. Oops, that's not where I'm at. Thanks, bro. The beard is getting long. Trimmed it the other day. Going mountain man, I guess. Okay, let's do some more of that. Thomas, let me know what you're working on, what's new in your world. Let's move that to the D7 sus4. Weird thing in this song too is like we're never playing a full chord, right? He's just playing. It's a hard one to teach kids. Like I'm not thinking of A7 at all. I'm thinking about just this note. So it's kind of cool how he does that. Another cool interview. I think Art of Guitar linked this one. It was like on some British TV show, and he was breaking it all down and talking about how he stole it from a classical song. So kind of cool stuff. What's Black Creek? I don't know that song. Is it probably country? Probably could guess that. All right, let's do that D7 G measure a minute while Thomas answers me. Okay, I can look it up. I'll check it out. I've been having to do a ton of songs for students of mine. So I was working on drums for Head Over Heels by Tears for Fears, and then Blackbird, somebody's learning. And this is kind of on my bucket list to actually like get down perfect as well. I taught it wrong and like okay many years, but it's like John, who does all our sheet music, wrote it out the right way that he plays it and all the notes and all that. I thought this would be a really good open mic night song. So students learning it, it's a good time for me to learn it as well. So on that D7 sus4, we're leaving the 5th string for like the first time in a while and going to the 4th string. Something like that. All right, let's do the D7 sus4 again. Up strum gets me though. 4E and 4E and 1 into 2E and 1 into 2E and 3 into 4E and 3 into 4E. Little bit left of this section, then we're gonna try to put that all together and see how I do. It'll be interesting. So, and again, these are all these third strings are gonna be that pick strumming down with our pick, our thumbnail, our fingernail. Man, end of my night. Also, Thomas, it's 1:51. I think where you're at. You're up a little late too. So the C to G I don't think is a problem. That A7 right here. Just that second part. 1 and 3 and 4E and 1 and And the good thing is, it's really only the chorus that's different than, I think the verses just kind of repeat that idea throughout. Good enough on that. This G, I don't think it's too hard. 3. I always say that and then I screw it up, but yeah, that one I can play. Okay. That is the verse. I say we start putting this together. So we'll do these first 3 measures of the verse and go from there. So a lot of movement for me. Again, practice those jumps in context because I feel like I'm going to have to look down and lose my spot in the music and all that. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So let's just do the jumps. Okay, back to the part. Those 3 measures, and this is 44 BPM, which is pretty slow. And 3 and 4. So like some of those mistakes I'm going to forgive myself on, right? Like I'm just learning it, just figuring this out. All right, we're going to add this measure on. We're just going to kind of keep doing this. Zoom out just a little bit so we can see everything that we're doing. I'm going to struggle though from 7, 8. And you hear that I'm not playing a mute where that X is, but try my best. As I get comfortable with it, I can add some of those things in there. 3 and 4. just getting a new technique down, right? Even though it might be quote unquote simplified, I don't really think it is. Like just getting that finger to move. All right, so we're just gonna add in one measure every time. So let's try by ourselves again. Screw that up. Forgive some of those notes. Take it from those sevens. It should be easier to memorize, right? It's just walking down. But I have a bad memory. Kind of feel like we should just add that next measure too. Yeah, let's try it. So we got. See what we do? I'm sure you guys can't see all of that, and it's getting smaller, so I apologize for it, but you can watch the other live stream if you want, or you can download the sheet music and help support us. And 2, and 3, and 4, and 2, and 3, and 4, and I missed it. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, I totally fell apart. You guys saw that. All right, let's play it once without. Got lucky on. Let's take it from that 5/7, the 2/4 measure. I know I made a big deal about these mutes not being that important, but when you hit them, it sounds like I'm like, yeah, I played it how it's written. Let's try that again. Those, I don't know how many measures this is. Just these amount. 3 and 4. Forgive me for not looking down at my guitar. Sorry, I'm talking to the chat, even though nobody's chatting right now. It's frustrating, right? Like, because I want to look down, but I'm trying to read my sheet music at the same time, and it's throwing me off. So, it's knowing the space and getting that memorized as well. By the time I look down there, it's enough to throw me off and not get to that 5/7. That's 5/7, yeah. Now, there's some that are like 5/7, 6, 5, 7, 8. Chat, chat, chat. Hey, Brandon, how are you doing? How are you doing tonight? Now I'm distracted. We'll start over. Brandon, how many times have you had somebody request this song? I know it's a very popular fingerpicking one, or it's maybe like a, hey, you guys should learn fingerpicking. This is a great song. And then the newest version that John wrote out for us is a little bit detailed. Nice. How's your mixing going? I'm trying to get this chord movement down. Respect. That's a funny comment. Oh, Brandon. Bluegrass is good stuff. All right, let's try to let's put that last measure in there too. So we got. Some of my best friends dislike. Okay, wait. Guess why that's the best sounding 57 ever? What do you think that's running through? I'm awaiting your response. All right, so I'm going to add that while I'm waiting for Brand to figure out what I'm using to make that 57 sound so good. It's actually part of the fun about doing these lives. It's just talking shit as we practice, because I feel like, when you're in a band, that's kind of the situation as well. You kind of hang out and talk to each other, and never gonna guess what the no Cloudlifter makes those 57 sound gorgeous. So close. So I kind of feel like with Brandon chatting and me kind of just stumbling my way through it, it's just kind of a relaxed Saturday. Maybe that's the goal of these in the future, is just a chill run through, learn the song. Hopefully somebody else is learning the song at the same time. All right, let's add those in with metronome. But yeah, that Cloudlifter is a huge difference maker. Brandon and I were chatting about, worth checking out for 57s, and actually the SM7B I run through the Cloudlifter as well. somebody to sleep. All right. So here's where memory's going to fail me. Why don't we pick up right from this movement and then finish this out and then try to put this all together. Got you, bro. I actually have upstairs. So Brandon said, I'm not going to be able to see all that chat. SM81s are the need I have for it. I don't know if I know. I forget what the 81 is. I might have to look at that. Never would I have considered the 57 just because my pre's are only at 20 dB when I use them rather than the 60 dB I need when I run the 81s. I got you. I think, no, I don't have an 81 upstairs. I got to check out the 81. I got to see why you like them and whatnot. But yeah, it really does open up the sound. Now, I always like the SM7B, like hands down. Like there's my AC30 upstairs has a 57 on it, Cloud Lifter, because I think I have 4 channels on the Cloud Lifter and blah blah blah. And I always run this through it. Now the SM7B always sounds great. Oh yeah, I remember that small condenser. The SM81. This will always, the SM7B, there's too many microphone names, always sounds the best. But sometimes you don't always need the best sound. You don't want every tone to be the same. So upstairs right now, this is set up. Also, I need 2 of these. I will bum it sometime. I'm trying to start getting back into recording and getting my shit together. All right, so we're going to take it from this. That G/B doesn't move. Let's try just those 3 measures. Brandon knows me well enough. I'm always trying to get my life together. It's weird too how that G, I don't know, I did that, but the G/B kind of like feels like it slows down after these 16th notes. And then it lulls me in because the 2 doesn't do that. So it's 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Let's try all of that. See you Monday, bro. Have a good weekend. Take a little break. Coming together. Oh, that A7 is going to take me a second. All right, let's do everything till the A7 just to solidify. For whatever reason, that A7 measure gets me. probably because I'm having to strum all the way to that second string. Alright, so let's do just those two measures. We'll take it from here just so we have context. By ourselves again, so we got 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 E and 2 4 2 4 to 4 4, so I did that wrong. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 1. Alright, let's try it. And 2 and 3 and 4, 3 and 4 E and 1 and 2 and so I probably can't zoom out enough to look at that all at once. All right, we're at 44. Let's put that in our verse. I guess we're just gonna see. We have to see where the break is because I'd like to do this whole intro. Actually, I guess I can delete that. Let's do a pickup measure all the time, and then hopefully we can get a nice transition, and I can do this whole thing at once. We'll see. We'll see. So, just run through it by ourselves. So, we got this 1 and 2 and 3. So, there's some missed notes right there. Sorry, trying to talk about it at the same time. There's going to be some little hiccups as I try to run through this all, so give me a little grace. And then having to know, kind of have the idea of what comes next, right? Also, that A7 measure rhythmically gets me off because usually, yeah, throws me off. So this is the G/B, and then to the D7 sus4. Then the rhythm kind of changes to 1 and 2 E and. And then I can't see what's next. All right, we're just going to try it, sight read it. So if you guys are on the vertical stream, it's going to be a little hard to see every once in a while, but just do your best if you're playing along or if you're just chilling. Other than that metronome, it's probably like relaxing music to just fall asleep to. 2 and 3 and 4 and... So there's some clerical errors, right? Especially the fact that I don't remember, where do we go? I think it's the C to the C minor where we go. I don't remember that rhythm. I don't remember what's next all the time, so I just have to remember that as we go through. Because I'm kind of seeing on screen what you guys are seeing for the most part, not the whole song. 3 and 4 and. Cool. All right. I feel like I have that. Let's go up by 4s. So 48. That's going way quicker than I thought it would be. I thought learning this new technique would like take me forever. And again, I'm not going to brag or boast yet. It starts to get in your fingers and it becomes easy. But it did take us an hour. It took me, I hope you guys are playing too, but it took me an hour, right, to get to the point where I had that all. Advantages that I've had is I've taught this a ton. I've taught it wrong every single time. I did not have the detailed tab that John wrote out for us. That's really gorgeous. So that's a huge advantage. Disadvantages are there's just like all the nuances, all the small little hits he does. And I think for the most part, I'm getting like 90% of them. Every once in a while, there's like one that I don't get like the right zero in, or the mutes are happening. But all right, 52. You do start to hear it, right? Like as soon as you get up to tempo. I mean, 52 is far away from tempo, but starts to sound like the song versus just like a bunch of random exercises put together. All right, 56 BPM. I say we just take this as far as we can go. We're about an hour and 10 minutes in, but I'm having fun. So hopefully you guys are having fun. Hopefully you guys are learning this song. It's a challenging one, as you can tell. 3, 4. All right, 60. And again, I think full speed's 90. So I feel like we're not that far away. I mean, 60 to 95 sounds like a mile away, but it really isn't. It's just solidifying these techniques and you get there. 3, 4, and... do feel like I'm playing, shoot, I think it's these two measures a little sloppy. 1 and 2 E and 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Now, might as well fix them a little bit now and then fix them again later. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 1 and 2 E and 3. Okay. 64. Another good Beatles song. Two, three, four. Start to hear me falling apart. Two, three, four. Start to hear me fall apart more. All right, let's run through it once by ourselves. Start to hear it. I said that a lot already. All right, let's do 64 a couple more times, and then I think we're going to be done. It's kind of how I'm feeling it. 3, 4. You just hear the huge amount of slop. All right, so to do this well, let's go back to, let's go 58. Let's just tackle these measures that I get confused on. So really, I feel like I could start here. It's this G, excuse me, the G flat A7, and then this. I just get a little bit wonky on that rhythm. Same thing with that one, and the A7. All right, let's see if I can do those all in context. like that D7 a lot. It throws me off though, because I got that da 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 on the G. It's like the only time we do that. It's always good to zone in on things. Pickle. That would technically be. Because anything on the third string, he's hitting with that fingernail, that first finger. That A7, let's do that a couple times. And again, a lot of this is get as close as you can. Alright. I feel like the G/B and A7 are good. The D7 sus4 is fine. It's that A7 now to D7 sus4. Alright. Yeah, I think we just do the whole thing again. I think we go back up. Let's go to... Let's try 68. Full speed, again, I think is 95. I should probably write that down in the future. One, two, three, four. Can't help but smile because I'm making a bunch of mistakes there. Those two measures that I suck at are just going to be sloppy until I fix them. So I have to like deal with that myself. They're just different enough that it throws me off to play it that way. All right, let's do it one to four more times. Oops. 2, 3, 4. Guess while we're here, about an hour and a half in, we might as well look at that chorus a minute, get that into our fingers, and then call it a night. So, in my mind, it's a little bit more straightforward, and they steal a couple ideas from the other section. But let's go back to like 50 BPM or 48. So we got this 8, 10. And that B flat worries me. So it's similar enough to the measures that I'm bad at on the verse, so that's kind of nice. Like it'll reinforce those ideas. Shoot, we've almost learned this entire song then. Alright, I think we're going to call it there a good night. If you guys want this sheet music or want to support us, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. But if you want sheet music, if you're a sheet music learner or want to support us making more videos and actually give us input on what videos you want, become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com. Thanks, you guys, for checking us out, and you guys have a good rest of your night. All right, live guitar practice number 21. We're continuing Blackbird. This is day 2. There's a link below to the art of the guitar. This guy does a great breakdown of the way Paul McCartney actually plays this song. And it's why I say the correct way to play this. A lot of us have played this wrong. A lot of us have probably taught this wrong, including myself. Like a simplified version of it, right? So I'm going to kind of rehash some of the stuff that I did yesterday because it's a good reminder for me. Just going to get it back in my fingers. So it'll be a little bit of review, but obviously the second day the review goes a little bit quicker than it does the first. So a lot of what he's doing is only using these 2 fingers. When you see 2 notes together, like, actually let's just highlight that first measure. When you see these 2 notes together, this 3 and this 0, it's when he's plucking. So he's doing this. And if you're not good at that, just sit here for a second and go, oh, you know what? I totally forgot to get my YouTube set up the right way. Sorry, it's a Sunday morning. It's a little early. Give me 1 second. 1 second. So, you know, this is what happens when you go live. Now anyone can chat. Otherwise, you know, it's restricted sometimes. Okay, there it is. Live chat. I think actually live chat was already set, but we're setting it again. And turning this hotspot off just to make sure everything's going to work well. Cool. As I was saying, so a lot of what Paul McCartney's doing in this song is when there's 2 notes together, he's plucking them like this. And when you see anything on the G string, for the most part, is just a fingernail strum. So like that first measure. And again, guys, if you guys need the sheet music or want to support us, become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com. It helps us write really great tablature, which I think you can kind of pull up Blackbird on a couple other, maybe like Songster or a couple other websites, and you're going to see that it's lacking a lot of the detail that we have here. This is like note for note everything he's playing, which also makes it a little bit hard to learn. So, you know, kind of give yourself some grace, but it's better than parts or sections missing, right? Okay. So yeah, he's doing this 1 and 2 and 3 and as we get up to speed, it's a little bit easier to make this first finger move kind of more like a pick. Sometimes at this slower tempo, it's a little haphazard. All right, so let's review. Oh, let's do that second measure too. So we have these 12s. You can hear that one enda. And I think of anything that's a 16th note upstrum, like an E or an I'm doing an up with my finger. Anything that's an end, so it's like one, down, up, or I could say, this is together, together, down, up, down, together, down, up, down, up, down. Kind of becomes the pattern. As you get going, like it gets a little bit easier to do right away. It's like, yeah, it's a lot of thinking. 1 enda, 2 E end, 3 enda, 4 E end. Big thing too is try to relax as you're playing that, right? Like you're focused, you're a little intense maybe. You're maybe just waking up on a Sunday morning. But try to get your right hand to just like calm as you're playing. Which will really help as we get up to faster speeds. All right, let's try this at 50 BPM. And 3 and 4. 4/4 there. So I think there's like one little. Is there something different here? Yeah, he kind of hits that 12. I think when you record a song, you just play, and sometimes when we go back to transcribe, it's like, did he mean to hit that 12? Maybe not. Same thing with like this mute. Did he really mean to hit that? No, but we're gonna try to like get it as close to sounding that way as possible. Let's grab this. Actually, no, we'll keep that there. So let's just kind of run through, again, if you guys need more time on this, I worked on it yesterday. I went much slower. Today is kind of like a quick review as I work on getting this up to speed. So verse 1, you're just going 1 and 2 and 3 and then we got this slide again. Try to get it as exact as possible. It doesn't have to be perfect. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. All right, let's do those two measures. Probably just gonna do 2 measures at a time. So I gotta watch that 1 and 2 and 3 and sometimes when I pick, I'm strumming the wrong string. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. All right, let's move on. Like I said, just going through stuff fast today. So we got this. Same thing. So now we're switching to the offbeat eighth note. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So all those ands are going to be our down strums. Hear that 1 and so that's kind of hard too. First finger, and again, I'm being picky because I can be, and this is what I like to practice. You know, you could probably be like, hey, I'm gonna get this really close, and then that up strum is that mute. So just do those two measures. Okay, let's do those two together. So you just hear me struggling getting back to that a little bit. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Cool. Just gonna take a little time. All right, let's put those 4 measures together. That's kind of how we'll do it today. Wrong part. So a little bit of a problem, just like having it memorized, knowing what's next. Also having to look at the sheet music and then try to slide up to those 12s and hit that all. Just little things I got to work on. Okay. Let's do next 2 measures. So we got this 5, 7. Let's just keep going. Yeah, we'll just do these 2. So obviously a little challenging for me to get back and forth there and paying attention. 1 and 2 and 3 and different time signatures get me. How much do we have left? Yeah, let's just start tackling it from here on and then putting this together. So we'll do these two measures. I struggled with this rhythm yesterday because it's going 1 and 2 E and. Just because it's a slight difference than before. Alright, I think we're good. Let's try these two. And 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and I failed. 2 and so again, I want to put everything together in context, so relatively soon I can play the whole song. Let's just try those 4 measures. And a 2 E and a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty close. Pretty close. All right, then we have this. Yeah, I'm going to spend a little extra time on this A7 measure and D7 sus4 chord because those get me a little bit to 1. So 1 and 2 E and. You know, a lot of my fingers are doing the approximation. I'm getting like, let's say like 95% of it there. One, and 2 E and 3 and and then anything that I missed, I can clean up later. Try those. three measures, last three. The big question is, can I play it all from, not from memory, but like I have to be able to sight read this. So we'll see how I do. There's a couple of measures that make me think a little bit too much, like I don't know what's coming next. Two, three, four. So I'm making a mistake on there, so let's just try to do that by myself a minute. So 1 and 2 and 3. So 7, 8. Now this is gonna, I'm starting to get a blister already, gonna wear your fingers out a little bit. You know, so I did like an hour and 20 minutes of this last night, so today might be a little shorter than that. Because I can even feel it like just getting these two all the time. Kind of move in this nice kind of like downwards progression, which makes it a little bit easier to get parts of it memorized. Like I kind of know what's going to come next. I don't always though. All right. Well, that wasn't it. That wasn't the end. So the 2/4 measure of G, the last one, is 1 and 2 E and 1 and 2 E. All right, again. 1, 2, 3, 4. notes here and there. But all right, let's go by fives. You know, I'm gonna live with some of these bad notes because it's just I can't sight read it fast enough. Like I don't know the next part, and if the page doesn't churn, so it's gonna kind of forgive myself a little bit. 2, 3, 4. That A, the G and A are getting me enough. Same thing with that A7 there. 1 and 1 and 2 E and 3 and Alright, it'll get smoother. I think we go up to 60 though. Full speed's 95. I think in a day or two I can have that at full speed. 2, 3, 4. Not cheated, but I played it wrong, right? I let my second finger get in there. Now, that's really okay. I mean, I'm trying to learn it the correct way and play it how it's written, but sometimes I'm going to make mistakes. 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to keep inching it a little bit faster. So we'll go by fours. I'm not expecting perfection out of anything I'm playing right now. And if there's a measure I keep screwing up, tomorrow, or probably tomorrow, I'll come back to it and fix just that measure. But it's just really helped me put it together in context, right? Trying to get the whole thing figured out, letting myself make those mistakes, because when I go perform this live, which is the end goal, right? I want to go play an open mic night with a song. I know I'm not going to play everything note for note. I'm not going to read off the sheet music. I'm going to play the idea of what's going on in the song. And I recommend that you guys try to do the same. 3, 4... Making that G up at the end. I don't know how it's actually played, and the sheet music doesn't scroll fast enough. You'd be surprised though, even playing stuff a little sloppy and then coming back the next day and like cleaning up one or two things. I think yesterday was my hey, let's be exact, let's clean stuff up, let's learn how to play these parts. Now today's just like apply. Let's try to get this up to speed or wherever we can get. And then you can refine a little bit. It's kind of like, what is your ambition of this practice today? And set your ambition. Set your ambition, know what you want to accomplish that. If you try to accomplish everything at once, you will get nowhere. I do that a lot in my own practice, and it's one of the things that I'm trying to coach myself on, is like, hey, you don't have to play like that every single time. And then there are other times where all you want to do is focus on those small things. So 2, 3, 4... Little stretch. 2, 3, 4. Just make sure everything's lined up. Move this microphone because I have a habit of leaning into the microphone if it's down. Time for a little break. We're about 35 minutes in, which I think is pretty good for the song. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I consistently play that A rung. Two, three, four. Right. 72. I think that's about where I got or left off last night. I know it wasn't much faster than that. If it was faster at all. 4, 1. So now I'm just getting distracted. All right. Just not sight reading it fast enough. Just do that a couple times. Just really try to play through these measures that throw me off rhythmically just a little bit. In movement, right? Oftentimes on that A7, I like to go to the 4th string because on the D7 we go to the 4th string. Two, 4, the measure of G. 3. Oh, I guess I am playing a 3 and a 0, but. All right, 1, and so I'm starting again from the G/B. Again, if I can find it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. So I'm starting to get a little sloppier than I'd like to. We're going to go, let's go up by 2s. Let's just push this a little bit. So, I mean, we're 21 BPM away from full speed. So now I kind of just want to see how fast I can get. So I'm going to forgive, and hopefully you guys as will all the sloppiness. It's more just about, can I get these fingers up to speed? 2, 3, 4. And you can really hear it on the measures I'm not as comfortable with, right? Obviously, you start speeding those up to where you're not feeling good about it, you're going to mess up more. But, all right. Again, these are going to be sloppy, but we're just trying to get up to speed. 2, 3, 4. I tried to do the slide without looking. It did not work, as you could probably tell. 4, 1, and 2, and 2, 3, 4. So it's getting to the point where it's like hard for me to sight read and think about what's next. So this is not going to make it better, but I don't know. Seems like what's the thing to do right now. Just speed it up a little bit more. 2, 3, 4. So you just hear that A7, D7 sus4 measures suck. Up the G. All right, just for giggles, let's do 86. It's not, like I said, It's going to be a little sloppy, and that's going to be okay. 2, 3, 4. So I can tell you the big difference is I just feel very rushed in my right hand, and actually I doubt my left hand. I don't. It's not consistent, right? And with that you start playing with a little bit of strain and overthinking, and sometimes the part's a little bit more made up than what's written. But all right, let's do a couple more at 86, and then I think I'm gonna be done. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you just hear my hand petering out. Okay, I think that's good enough for today. It's kind of what I have in the bag for myself and what I can accomplish right now. If you guys need the sheet music or want to help support these videos, become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com. For $9.99 a month, you get 10 pieces of high quality sheet music, very thought out. And we appreciate your guys' support. And you guys have a good rest of your Sunday. Thank you for watching. All right, we are live guitar practice. We're breaking down more of Blackbird. I think it's my third day. I think it says. It might be the third day. There's a great video that's linked below. The Art of Guitar does a breakdown of how Paul McCartney actually plays this. Not a lot of people have played this correctly, including myself throughout the years. I always played this wrong. So this live series is about me just pulling it together, learning the right way to play it, and helping you guys out. If you guys want the sheet music or want to support us making more of these videos, become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com. We appreciate your guys' support. So one of the things that's happening in this song, and like I said, Art of Guitar does a great breakdown of it. It has some clips of Paul playing it, Paul describing it as well. He's always just using these two fingers, and you know, tonight I just need to do a little bit of review anyway. So we'll jump right into the verse. So on that 3 and 0, he's plucking both of them, right? Now on that 0 0 though, he's strumming his first finger, kind of much like a guitar pick. The funny thing is, as you get up to speed, it actually becomes a little bit more musical. Right now, like it's a little clunky, right? You don't get that motion. So I'm just gonna quick kind of review. I say quick, but it might take me 20-25 minutes. Just review all these little different nuances in the verse. And then as soon as I've done a nice review, because there's a couple of spots I get a little tripped up on, then I'll start working on getting up to speed. So the first little bit might just be, you know, if you haven't done this before, might be a great review. Or it might be a great first time, I guess. So the intro is only 2 bars. And it's almost the same. I think there's one time he hits maybe a 12 differently or something like that. So we're just going to ignore that. So we're just going to do this in a nice little loop for a sec. 44 BPM, which is pretty slow. Full speed is 95. I should say 12s, 10 and 12. So if it's on the downbeat or the end or a number, like a 1 or an end, it's those two together plucked, and then that end is a down strum with just a flick of your finger. 1 and And I'm gonna try to hit just the 0 on the way up. It might not always happen that way. So that next one, 2 N or 2 E end, would be 2 up down. Get up to speed, I'm going to try to be exact, but I might not get every note here. I mean, perfect. And then 4 and so we got 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Easy, like when I just do that measure and I've just broke it down and go slow, but all of a sudden when I put this together and, you know, the whole verse, I'm going to make some mistakes. 4 and 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. Measure. This one's kind of weird too because you're now strumming up and trying to get that open in there. And almost kind of it becomes a halftime feel because you're going 1 and 2 and. All right, we gotta work on that. I need to memorize this, so it's 3 5 4 3 5 7 6 5. Right, let's put that back. 1 and 2 and 3 and. So it's a little sloppy, right? You hear those extra zeros in there. Oh, and that one's supposed to have both of them in there. Metronome to that, otherwise I'm just going to keep playing it over and over again. And 4 and 1 and 3 4 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Next one. Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to get everything back to my finger, so all of a sudden when I start speeding this up, I'm half sight reading, half playing it from memory. And then half gonna fix those sloppy notes. All right. The E minor, and then D sharp augmented, I think. I don't even know what that plus means. I'm pretty sure it's augmented. Now, being the third or fourth day that I've done this, I'm getting more comfortable with this technique. You can kind of hear it every once in a while. It comes together really nicely. The more you practice it over and over again, it'll come. 2E and a 3E and a 4E and. And then I screw up. My first finger was being lazy. It's like, where's that mute coming from? 1 and a 2E and 3 and a 4E and. Okay. 3 and a 4E and. And then we're going to go to 7/5, or yeah, 5/7, I guess. Don't feel like we have to do that one with metronome, but why don't we put those 5 measures together then? Before we try to do all of it at once. Starting over. Couple by myself because I'm starting to get sloppy. Sometimes when I scan to make sure everything's running and working well, I get a little distracted. So now we're going to see if it's a little bit long to do the rest of it, but we'll start right here. Yeah, that's right. Is it? Yeah, okay. So let's do those two measures. This G/B to A7 got me a lot the other day. You know, and like this second 4 on the or the C sharp my brain. On the C minor, like I might every once in a while get that 0 there. I'm not going to make a big deal about that. Down the road, I might do a very exact playthrough of this, you know, after I've done like 1,000 lives on this part. Then I'll spend time breaking it down. Now, 44, I think that's where we're at, is like a great tempo for me to just really think through what I have to play. It's not pushing me. It's just chill, relax, so I can actually get this right. And it's kind of solidify some of these habits of playing this. Oftentimes when we try to learn something new, we're like, I need to learn this now. I need to go fast. I need to get this done. Slow. I think we could probably finish this out then. So it's 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and. There we go. All right, yeah, actually we're going to spend time on this A7, D7, so it's 4 measure. 1 and 1 and I get like very mixed up in that whole section. 1 and 2 E and. You can just hear my fingers don't know where to go. Some of that sloppiness right now. You hear how much tighter I played as soon as I start staring at it. Which, you know, like, good on me to like have to look at the sheet music and read this all, because it's gonna force my my understanding of it. But any small movements that you got to make, like even that. So I'll highlight the measure I'm working on. This A7 here, right? If I go, I'm more consistent just looking at it. Look at it, look at it, look at it, and then move on and play it without looking at it. Probably actually going to stare at this screen. 7 sus4. Now, if I play one small note different than that, I'm not going to care. Ooh, that G. All right, let's highlight. I think if we work on these measures, starting from there, and then I'll give myself this measure of C to kind of have a turnaround. 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and... So I wonder if I can get my sight reading down on this and just do that whole verse. There's a couple little spots where I mean, there's a couple of spots where I don't hear what's next, right? It is very like, it walks down, or it sounds like it's walking down, especially from like the 7. I mean, it is just walking down, but little nuances. All right. Nice and slow. 3, 4. coming. Feeling more comfortable with it. Let's go by 4s. So 48 would be the next. Two, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, and 1, and every time I think it's halfway smooth, I'm just going to speed it up. And I'll give that as halfway smooth. You know, there's little mistakes here and there that will need to be fixed, but most of it's there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and thing that I keep on mixing up is that G, so the D7 sus4. Now my first finger is starting to get a longer fingernail, and I can tell it's easier to play this with that longer fingernail. Supposedly when Paul plays this over and over again live, his fingernail breaks off. Faster. Up by 4s. 2, 3, 4, and nice is I nailed that G. I screwed everything else up. But as soon as I nailed that G, I was like, hell yeah. Just zoning in on a measure for a little bit can help you kind of refine some stuff. But now I have to start over. Oftentimes in lessons, I will sit there and be like, play this, play this, play this, repeat, 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 repeat. And by the 5th time, the kid's like, I'm done. I don't want to do it anymore. And I'm like, bro, if you just do it 3 or 4 more times, it will get stuck in your head and you will not be able to play it. 2, 3, 4, and... Let's speed that up though. Actually, I should make sure I'm playing. So via the sheet music, it's hard for me to see this last measure at G in this first verse. Okay. That should be better. Let's do 60. 2, 3, 4, and... All right, 64. Again, I'm not expecting anything to be perfect right now. I'm expecting to get it in my fingers, play faster, and then we'll refine from there. 2, 3, 4, and... keep going. Again, I'm calling myself out. There's some sloppy measures in there. You can hear I'm rushing just a little bit in the beginning. For some reason, I'm always like, oh, gotta get going. So, little things to work on. 2, 3, 4, and... Fell apart on that one. A couple things just threw me off. The speed is starting to get there, which is fine. I was happy that I don't always get this nice ring out from this G. Is that right? You can hear it there already, right? That's how I wanted to sound. Another lesson that I give students is like, be okay with choosing what you're trying to get out of practice right now. If I'm trying to get up to speed, be okay with some slop. Ideally, yes, you'd have both. You would have, all the notes sounding great and being in time. But right now, if you're just working on getting up to tempo, and you feel like you've already kind of like, I don't know, use your mental power for something else, which I feel like I did already today, My intention right now is get up to speed, and then my intention on this tomorrow will be refine. Refine speed. You can tell that my energy is leaving me. I'm getting a little bit tired. 1, 2. Oh, that's not how it's supposed to go, but we'll see if it works. Actually, I don't think it's gonna loop. Two, 3, 4. That's fast for me. 3, 4. Couldn't play it twice in a row. 72 might be faster than I've gotten it before. I feel like it's doable. I do feel like some of the rhythm, it gets easier as you're going faster. You're not spending so much time thinking about counting. 3, 4, and... But that's okay. 76. 2, 3, 4. going to keep this tempo though because I like it. There's spurts of it, or sprints of it. There's parts of it that are starting to come together. 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to leave this running and jump back in. One, 2, 3, 4. There's some bad notes in there. We're going to try 80. I don't know how it's going to go. Might go good. Might not. In my mind, I'm about 40 minutes in, right? I could do about an hour usually. And then things just start going to shit. I might as well just kind of keep going until I can't play it at all. I don't even mind like jumping in and out of it because it kind of helps me like read the music a little bit differently. There's a couple changes where I'm not comfortable with, so just kind of like holding on to the rails. It's starting to get worse. We're gonna go to 82 and just see. No, actually, let's play it smart. We're gonna go back to 74. We'll go back to 74. Try to run through it a couple more times. Solidify it. Try to play a couple like with no mistakes, and then call it a night. I think we probably did the most of our speed runs that we could. Now it's just more like, all right. Where are the problem areas? Can we play through them? Obviously, the D7, G kind of throws me off every once in a while on the A7, D7. Those two. 3, 4. Distracted by looking. I'm still gonna stick with 74. I feel like that's fine. Sorry, there was something that caught my eye, a shiny object in it. There's enough to throw me off. 2, 3, 4, 1. hitting the point of diminishing returns. So Tyler, see now Tyler's watching. Now I probably should play it a couple more times. Tyler, we just hit the point of diminishing returns where it wasn't getting any better. But I'm gonna play it a couple more times. My problem is, and maybe you have this when you play guitar and bass as well, it's like you play a little bit of everything, but you're a master of none, and it's something that I'm working on trying to change. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I gotta clean up that A7 has been sloppy for like the last little bit. I think I'm gonna call it a night. Probably do some like non-live video practice, which I think is a good thing to do. These motivate me to practice and be very focused, and then usually if I like step away from these and just kind of chill out and imbibe, I don't know, one of those words, I can have a nice third practice of the day. So Tyler, great talking to you, great chatting. Thanks guys for paying attention. If you guys need the sheet music, it's at our website, musicbythemeasurespro.com, and I will be doing more of these. So thank you very much, and have a good rest of your guys' night. Alright, for practice today, we're working on the Beatles' Blackbird, the correct way to play it. This is my 4th day or 5th day, don't remember. Quick backstory is like I've taught this many years. I mean, it's a finger-picking song that a lot of kids like to learn, or students like to learn. I say kids a lot, but I kind of try to use that interchangeably, like kids or students. And oftentimes, like, we've taught it wrong, or I've taught it wrong. When I owned the studio, I'd have one sheet from Guitar Pro that was kind of shite. And, yeah, so John, I think a couple months ago, actually probably 3 years ago, somebody requested it, and I was like, hey, we should probably get this written out the right way. Did some research, actually have a link below to Art of Guitar. He does a really good breakdown of the correct way that Paul McCartney does it. He kind of broke down some live videos, which is kind of fun to see. Like I said, link below, check that one out. And Paul McCartney's style on it's kind of interesting. It's a different approach to finger picking, and a lot of it, well, all of it's played with these two fingers. And anything, I'll try to go through this a little bit, but I've done it in the other video, so try not to be too redundant, repetitive. One of those words. You guys can tell me which one the right one is. But when there's two fingers, or when there's two notes together, like that 10, 12 that I've highlighted, he's just plucking them. Anything that is an and or a number that's on a different string is either a flick of the finger, and you can hear it's my finger now, right? And then that up though is that. He's very much using his finger as a pick. So you kind of get that really sharp sound, very reminiscent of a pick, and then you get that fleshy sound. Alright, since this is my 4th day, I don't think we're going to do 74 to warm up on it, but maybe like, I don't know, let's try 54. Probably a little too slow, but better to make sure I'm doing everything right, and we'll jump right into the verse. So, going to spend like a minute or two on each measure. just to get these ideas in my hands. Oh, as I always forget to mention, if you guys want to support us, become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com. A single lead guitar user, that we're considering this lead guitar, you know, is it? I mean, it's finger picking. It's individual notes played a lot of times. $9.99 a month gets you 10-piece sheet music, and more importantly, you support us making more content like this, writing more tablature for you. We kind of pride ourselves on making sure stuff's correct. Actually, I kind of think a fun video down the road would be like taking some of these Guitar Pro ones and playing them out, learning how to play them, even though they're wrong and different from this, and then reviewing this one comparatively to it. Next measure is that 12, so this would be the two fingers together and then down up. And every once in a while I'm going to get like an extra note in there. You hear that 12, 0, 0. And that next one is, so thumb up, down, thumb, up, down. Down the road where I don't have a microphone exactly in the place where my hand is. And it's hard to see this finger with this camera setup, but it's the setup that works for most things. So beat 3. Beat 4. So where I'm at in this song is really just getting it up to speed. So a lot of what I'm going to do is just those small sections, run through with metronome, next two measures, metronome, next two measures, metronome, just to make sure I'm cleaning everything up, because there's a couple measures I'm a little sloppy on yet. All right, so 54, and 3, and 4, 2, 3, 4. Enough on that. So next two measures, we have this, and I'm playing it this is how I think he'd play it. You know, I saw somebody else play it like that. I think that's much harder for me to do. So, but I am taking that next 0, 5 and making that a down strum. So it's like 1 and 2, 2 and. So we got 1 and. Oh, did I mess up? Yep. 1 and 2. This is why we review. Alright, we're starting that over. Alright, next measure. We got 1 and 2 E end. Now again, did he purposely put that mute in? It's debatable, but it probably happened by same reason it's happening with me, right? My first finger's drifting over and touching that other string, and we don't want that to be open anyway, so it makes a lot of sense. But you know, I won't be offended if somebody plays this different. All right, so from those two measures. Such a struggle for me today. this is not going well for me. Let's try that again. There we go. Just gotta go slow. Oh, now I'm playing it wrong. So we got 1 and something just crashed. 1 and 1 and 2 and 3 and Alright, now let's try that with metronome. Fix why I'm rushing that. So I got 1 and 2 and 3. Sometimes it's hard for me to be consistent on the 0-5 versus just 0. 0-7, just 0. We're having some errors on YouTube, and maybe that's not getting our signal right. Seems to be better now. Okay. All right. Again with metronome. 4 and. That's good enough. Otherwise, I'm going to spend all my practice time just making that better, and that'll be pointless. All right, feel good about those two. Alright, next two goes much quicker on day 4, doesn't it? Alright, we got this. So this one gets me a little bit too. Yeah, just slight enough change. So let's just work on this one for a minute without metronome. off so much right now. Okay, let's go to the next one. So it's worth time. Like, you can see me struggling, right? It's worth time to just rehash this. Try to find the right movement. Now let's do those two with metronome. This might suck. Did I play that right? Yeah, because I'm not ending on that B. So I'm really listening because obviously I'm not looking down at my hands all the time. If I do look down, I'm a little bit more consistent. And I apologize that both the microphone and my hand are in the way of seeing my right hand. But for now, it is what it is. Gotta make sure I get to the fourth string on that G. Again with the loop. Move on. Nice. We're almost done with this whole section. All right, guys. Again, just the different on that A7, the different arrangement of the notes. It's very similar. It's similar enough to the G/B that we just did in the other measure, but different enough at the same time. going to spend a little time on these two. Let's try it from the C. All right, those three measures. Two and one and two and. So let's divide this verse in half. So I don't know exactly where that is. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 if I counted right, but I probably didn't. 1, 2. Let's find a natural spot, or maybe half the screen. Yeah, let's do that. So go all the way to that C minor. Just to kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to have to think too hard. I want to make it easy for myself, so yeah. All right, that's nice. And I kind of want to get some repetition down at this tempo, and then in the next 20 minutes that I have, just push the tempo quite a bit. So do like 4 or 5 times, see if there's any places I need to focus on just by itself, and go from there. And 3 and 4 and. Second half, same exact idea. We ended there. Crap, did that wrong. 2 and 3 and 4 and. really can't sight read that quickly. 2. So one thing that I noticed that I think as I'll have to worry about as I get up to speed, I'm always leaving the chord a little too early. I'm not sustaining any of these notes. I'm always like 1 and 1 and 2 E and see that drift. Now part of that's gonna get solved by just going faster. I'm gonna be forced to stay on the chord longer. It's gonna be easier for me to just do that naturally. Just something to think about. It could sound a lot more sustained legato if I. That's obviously exaggerating it, but you can hear the difference in tone. So, all right, those 4, those 5, or how many measures that is, we'll do. Let's put the whole thing together. Whole thing is relative, right? The whole first verse. And then, actually, let's speed it up to 50. Let's do 58. So obviously there's one transition that I'll have to think about, right? Because you have to sight read, and there was a break between the C, C minor, and G/B measure. So we'll see how I do. 2, 3, 4, and... Some gross mistakes there, but we'll live with it. Let's go to 62. I have band practice in like 10 minutes, so band drinking practice and then actual practice. So I gotta get this as far as I can get it. 3, 4, and... Hey Randy, I can play a lot, I just can't play it well. I think that's one thing that we noticed. And thank you. I get compliments on the Taylor a lot. It's one of my favorite guitars. It was the funny thing is, so I'm not nice to my gear at all, And this was rolling around in my car for a while. Like I would take it when I'd go teach students back in the day. And I had a big QSC 15-inch speaker at the same time back in the car. And at one point, I opened the case up, and there was a crack all the way down here. And I was like, "You idiot! This just you got to be nicer to your gear." Finally, after like 4 years, I just waited forever to get it repaired. But after like 4 years, I got it repaired. I'm like, man, what a dumb decision to not get that repaired right away. I love this guitar. It's great sounding, records nice all the time. So, Randy, we're going to get to the place where I play everything well. Right now, I play everything adjacent. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're just going to keep speeding it up, and most likely my bandmate will be late anyway. So let's go to 70. I think I ended last on 74. So I'm really 74 to 95 seems like a big distance. And that last playthrough, other than a couple rushes, was pretty nice. 2, 3, 4. So I'm just going to keep going faster, see if I can get to 95, and then move on. Two, 3, 4. Again, ideally, like I wouldn't be in a rush the last 5 minutes of doing these, and I started a little bit late. Ideally, I would take my time and do 70, 75, like four times. Sometimes I do them a little too long, too many times, but this is not the ideal scenario. 3, 4. You just hear me like slaughter the notes that I'm bad at. Let's go 86. But I'm kind of like, the nice thing is tomorrow, like I can clean that up, you know, be okay with a little bit of slop today. Tomorrow I'll get it faster. 3, 4. So for fun, yeah, let's go 95. And we're gonna try to do a couple 95s before I actually out of time. I need to be there in 6 minutes, but it's 2-minute drive from here. And I'm gonna be okay. There's some bad notes, there's some bad measures. We'll get those eventually. We can pick those up tomorrow. And sometimes it's just really nice to do to push yourself And quite often I think in like we play what we're comfortable with and we play that over and over again and we don't go to stuff that's challenging us. And I'm in that weird state of like I only like to play challenging stuff and the stuff that I'm not good at, which is in some ways I figure everything. Um, as Randy and I have chatted before, it's a lot about like this discipline of getting better. I've taught for years and got really good at teaching. Like I can look at this and get a really good rough idea of how to play this, but I want to play at a high level too. And I saw my students continually get better and better. And I'm like, oh, you worked on this for a full week. I've only touched this since I've seen you last. So this is kind of what's going on. Well, I mean, I started where you started, Randy. Chord sheet music and stuff like that. You know, and my piano reading isn't that great. I'm probably, hopefully, I hope to wrap this song up. I'm actually trying to finish projects for once. I want to actually get to the place where I can play and sing this song, and I think that'll be a lot of fun. Finishing some stuff, and then I have to go back to piano, which really you see how bad of a sight reader I am when it comes to that. I sit there and just go, oh, that's an E, okay, and you know, it's piecing that thing together. All right, full speed. That's still bad. All right, that was kind of terrible, but it was the idea of it for sure. I just needed to catch my breath and pause for one hot second. Um, if you go back to the first one, I'll kind of do a compilation video of this one too, because it's also kind of another goal of mine. You're gonna quickly see like when I first started at 44, I played like I just played that at. Oh, Randy, you're too kind. It was perfect adjacent. It'll get perfect. Um, Randy's a cool guy. He's nice to me. That's why I think that's not the only reason he's cool. Plays drums, he plays guitar, things I like. So be okay with being sloppy, and then I agree. It was dang close. It was dang close. But that's the point, though. You have to practice very finite and perfect for like 4 or 5 days in a row, and then push yourself, push yourself, push yourself. It's doing the sprints, and doing those sprints pay off dividends. So, which you know you'll see in the next 2 days of me hitting this, like that slop will slowly go away, and that tension will too, right? Like right now I'm like thinking too much. I'm just really gripping down. That stuff will go away. It'll go away on all instruments, and I think there's huge dividends. Randy and I will both agree. Playing guitar, playing drums, going back and forth just changes your brain a little bit. That's fast. I'm gonna take this one off, and I'm gonna do one more, and then we're gonna call it a night. And then you can probably hear it needs a lot of cleanup, especially near that end. That end, I fall apart. I'm only gonna be 2 minutes late. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we gotta do one more because that was not going well. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So I will definitely say like 4 times ago where Randy said was perfect was the best. Like there was a little bit of slop at the end, but overall not bad. So the main thing I need to work on is those last three measures, and probably a slower tempo, and just really hit them hard tomorrow. Maybe like 30 minutes of just those measures, and then put it back together. But we know 95 is possible. It's in the range of possibilities. All right, you guys have a good night. Randy, good to hear from you as always. And I'm going to go have some pizza and some beer, and I hope you guys do as well. All right, live guitar practice number 24. If we are up and running, we are. And we are refining bad measures on Blackbird. And you might argue, hey, Luke, all those measures were bad the other night. I'll argue some of them were, some of them weren't. And I'm going to change up how I'm doing the practice because I kind of want to move very small intervals, and I feel like Sibelius is a little bit cumbersome for that. That's the program that we're using for the sheet music. That's what John writes all his tabs in. Now, if you guys want to support us making more videos or more sheet music, become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com. Your support helps. And yeah, just going to settle in and have a nice practice. If you guys need more help with some of the song, I did a longer review of pretty much everything on the earlier versions of this because I think today is day 5. So just really picking the ugly measures out, and this G/B is one of them. So, and I want to go as slow as humanly possible, and I'll probably only play the G/B. Usually it's not that bad, but there's always wisdom in taking, like, hey, you run through the song, you run through the passage, and go like, okay, these are the 2 that I'm really bad at, and then just hit those 2. And then I'm going to try to hit everything else and see if I can get up to full speed again. Last night I got to 95, but there was like one run that was pretty close to being done, but like sloppy at the end, which, hopefully this will clean up the rest. I don't know why this isn't working. Oh, because I'm playing the chord wrong. A lot of the slow stuff, I feel like I'm in a lesson where I'm like, let's get started. And then the other thing I want to say, it's like the mechanics, right? You have to, like, your finger needs to move just right. Because when you speed stuff up and you aren't moving your finger the right way, or you aren't picking something correctly, that's when you start falling apart. And that's what I noticed in that 95 is like, yeah, I can play this measure at like 45, but I don't have confidence in what I'm supposed to be doing. All right, let's do this with metronome. So here's 40 BPM. Which is slow. 1 and 2 E and 1 and 2 E and. Another thing that I noticed is a lot of it when I get to speed is more a flick of my first finger, and when we're going through these slow, I don't really get that flick. So it's something I want to think about now a little bit. I think you can say flick or just like a little bit of looseness that isn't in when I'm trying to control it so much. Okay, with that A7. 3 and 4 E and 3 and 4 E and. Oops, I forgot to shut one thing off. Now, this may not make the best TV, and that's okay. It's good practice. and it's the way that I would prefer to practice. So I was teaching a student the other day, and every once in a while I find a student that likes to learn the same way that I like to learn, because we all like to learn differently, and we all are good at learning different ways. Where he and I can like literally just zone out. Those are fun students for me because I feel like I'm just sitting there jamming, like giving them a little bit of insight, kind of what we're doing exactly here as well. And it just, that's the best way for me to learn. And you can hear already the dividends of just kind of zoning out. And then guess what? Then you would speed it up a little bit. So let's do that. We'll do this section. We'll get this up. Let's go by fours. So I'll do this whole measure, G/B to A7. Spend a second just going. Not only want to hear the sound of that D and G string. I want to get that sense of feel. Because every once in a while, as I stare at the music, right, because I don't completely have this memorized, even though I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. I don't have a trust in how it's supposed to sound. These are the small moments you're supposed to just practice over. I guess I could say movements. I don't think I'm terrible at the D7 sus to the G, but let's just do it a little bit. That's where I'm bad. Let's move this just a little bit. So that with metronome, even though I feel like I'm decent at it. I know as we get up to tempo, I'm a little shaky. And 2 E and so we go 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 3 and 4 E. 1 and 2 E and 3 Now the big difference too is when you're playing this slow, you don't play with the strain you do when you're playing fast. And a big goal, and it's very singing-like too, we want to bring that lack of strain into our fast playing, but there's only one way to do that is to really spend time understanding the muscle movements that you have to make. Just the G for a minute because I'm not always getting to that D string. I don't think I am anyway. Measure's fine. Yeah, I think there's a couple more that I'm bad at, but we'll find out. This one. So 1 and I think because we don't often in the song strum the second string up, I could be wrong, but I don't feel like we do that a ton. So maybe that's why I'm bad at this. 1 let's check that tune in a sec. I feel like that G or the D are wonky. Maybe the G was a little bit hard to tell. All right. Navigation that has to happen. We're gonna stick to just the A7 for a sec, and 2 E and 1 and 2 E and. 44. Let's just make sure I'm not skipping any other measures I'm bad at. No, I think that's fine. It's really, like I said, from the G/B, a lot to do with that rhythm change. So what we'll do, let's do 2 measures at a time. And we're just going to go up, let's go to 48. So we're going to do these first 2 measures, G/B, A7, D7/4 to G, and then just loop them. And 3, and 4, and it's a D string on that one. Sometimes on that G, I don't hit the D string. I hit the G string, I think. I don't know. We'll have to watch the tape at some point. All right. And now the last 2 measures. And we're just going to go 48, 48, jumping around to those 2 different measures, then up by 4. The idea of giving your brain just a little bit of a break, coming back to something that they've already done. Maybe you approach it differently. Maybe you think of it differently. And 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1. So I gotta get that transition down. 2 and. Small little mistakes, just getting back and forth into the loop. And 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 E and 3. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 1 and 2 E reason I can't get back into that rhythm. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 1 and 2 E and 1 and here we go. All right, 52. We're gonna take this. We're going to take this as far as I can get. So it might just be this kind of boring practice, very repetitive. But sometimes those are the best. 2 and 3 and 4 and. again, this is what's good about it, right? This rhythm's different enough that it throws me off, and I'm just trying to get my brain to be able to jump back and forth between these two measures. 1 and 2E and 1 and 2E and 3 and 4E So got to take away the rushing though. 1 and 2E and 3 and 4E and 1 and 2E and 1 and 2E and 2 and 1 and 2E and 3. Alright. I think we could do a little bit more of this one. That was a little sloppy. Got distracted. Back to the other measures. We're just going back and forth. 4 BPM faster, so we're at 56. Possibly 56. 2 and 1 and 2 and... Cool. So already going quicker, right? All right. Next two. 2 and 1 and 2 and... Connor, we have not talked. Wait, it's Connor, right? No, wait. I might be mixing people up. Sorry if I am. I remember your baptism of frequency because I took a screenshot and we talked about songs and we talked about drums last. Sorry if I forget the name. My bad. Remind me though. But going good. You know, chilling tonight, doing some acoustic. Trying to finish a song versus like jumping back and forth on a ton of things. I need to work on the drum part for Head Over Heels yet. For a student, but I'm trying to do like, hey, if my guitar rig is set up, do the guitar rig the next day. If I do drums next, then do drums. So that's what's good with me. And right now, just trying to get Blackbird up and running full speed. See if I get there tonight. What's new with you? So it's going good. Let's get up to 60. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of try to like not go to 95 until or try not to do the whole thing until I get this to 95. We'll see if I can hold out. I get impatient at times. One and two and one and two and. All right. Will. I apologize. I love it. I might have to recall our messages, which is why like when somebody recommends an album, I take a screenshot because I'm gonna forget it. Baptism of Frequency though is Will. I'm gonna lock that in. So I had parts right. I think you guys were all in the same stream. That might be why. So I'm chilling, looking for inspiration, piecing together my first original, and I'm stuck in habit and can't break out of the shapes. I need to hear more about this, my guy. Tell us about the song. And then I love this idea that you are aware that you're stuck into a habit. Yep. Okay. No, I got it. I remember now. I'm remembering pieces. I won't remember everything, but I do remember you starting during COVID. Habits are I don't know. Habits are the best and the worst thing, right? Like if you're used to going a certain road, sometimes it's really nice to go down the road, but sometimes it's nice to go right instead, and you make different choices based on that. Sometimes when I'm teaching a drum student and I can tell like they're very right hand heavy, I'll be like, dude, do you ever hear doctors will say like take your toothbrush and brush with your left hand, and it like open up different neural pathways. And I think that's such an interesting concept, and I think it's the same thing for us with songwriting. And it's so hard though, because I remember sitting with the guy that I write a ton with, Nick, who also works in this business with me. And we'd sit around and be like, I can't remember what song it was, but. And there's only so many good chords that sound good after that F sharp. I think we're playing F sharp 5, if I remember correctly. But even that sounds so been done 1,000 times before, right? And sometimes you have to give into that and be like, okay, all right, I know it's been done 1,000 times, but maybe I can do a different melody, or I can do a different hook, or the drums will do something different that you can submit to. Hey, this is the same shape that I always go to. The other thing that I try a lot is fifths, maybe a fifth, or taking that chord shape and moving it up the neck. Throwing just a couple ideas out without knowing your situation at all. All right, so I'm gonna read his chat because I like doing that, and honestly, it makes these guys. When you guys hang out with me, it makes me practice more. I hope you're not avoiding practice by falling down the YouTube rabbit hole. But like the insights and the chatting, it really makes this actually something worthwhile doing. And actually, I shouldn't say it that way. I want to practice. That's what these are for. I want to, sell memberships and sell sheet music. But really, I want to practice and get more people to want me to practice and to help you guys with stuff. Sorry, that's my big ramble. I've had coffee late. I might have took a nap around 9 o'clock for some reason. So I'm up and a little bit active. So Will, also known as Baptism Frequency. Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, it's a habit because I practiced so much, but I wasn't actually paying attention to my practicing, like actually listening to what I was playing instead of focusing on my hands. My guy though, that is everybody when they start. I probably spent 15 to 20 years. Bro, I taught at a decently high level for years and not being great with some fundamentals. And you can see that's what I'm trying to fix now. So like being aware of it is step one. And there's some exercises that I feel like at some point we just need to like loop up together, or you send me some videos and say, hey, this is what I'm working on. This is what I'm good at. This is what I'm bad at. I'll be like, hey, dude, these 3 things. Here's a video that I recommend. Here's another person that does a great YouTube video on it. I always recommend Madeline Harvey for vocal stuff because she's just a genius. She just does stuff in a very unique way. All right, I'm rambling and reading. So, I mean, listening and hands. I mean, it's so important. You have to listen to what you're playing. You have to look at your hands, and you have to learn and grow. But at the same time, you have to have some grace and be like, all right, I'm starting out at this. I'm new at this. It's not going to be exactly what you want it to be right away. I always say, like, when I'm giving a student feedback, it depends on the level of the student. Like, am I going to be mean about it? Well, I'm never really mean, but how critical am I going to be? Are they capable of actually doing it at this point in their life? And sometimes they're not, and that's okay. And then I give them the feedback that makes sense for them. He says next, and what they are doing to try to alternate picking and blah. Dude, alternate picking and fast stuff is yeah. Wait, but bro, what you said here, and I use bro and my guy and a couple other phrases a little bit too much, and I apologize. Oftentimes, I would say bro to make fun of kids because they'd all come to the studio and be like, hey bro, and I'd start saying it as a joke, and then it became something that I started saying all the time. So, what you're saying, though, is I think what has made some guitars very unique. So Will goes on to say, or I'm going to use YouTube handles. I'm going to try to remember people's names, though, because, respect. So, Baptism Frequency says, and what they are doing are trying to alternate picking and blah, blah, blah. I simplify my learning in terms of this sounds like that. I accomplish that sound with these notes and then finding them. Now, here's where you're right and you're wrong, Will, and I think it's a good thing to do. I think guitarists like The Edge, drummers like Larry Mullen, I know they're in the same band, so it's not a great example. Musicians throughout history have not been able to figure out the right way to do something and made it their own style, and I think that makes them super creative and leans into something new that wouldn't have been created otherwise. Shit, this song is a great example. The Art of Guitar, which I linked in earlier these, I didn't link it today because I was like, shit, this is number 5. I need to keep linking this. He goes on to say that Paul McCartney played this because actually Paul McCartney in a video says, hey, I played it this way because it's kind of a lazy way or bad technique way to play it. So he's using his thumb and first finger for everything, and then his first finger is just really just a pick. And Paul McCartney calls it a lazy way to play it. So Paul McCartney, one of the greatest musicians of all time, is saying that. He did it out of necessity, and I think there's something about that. Now, I'm rambling. One thing that I did as a musician, and maybe this is the trap that you're starting to fall into and why you're making some decisions to change, I fell into the trap of, well, it's good, I don't need to learn that other stuff because I have my own style. Well, what I didn't understand about my own style was I was just ignoring some blatant things about my playing, some timing issues that I had. I would never play anything complicated. I would never do more interesting rhythms. Because I didn't understand how to do them. And so sometimes it could become a crutch of, well, I play it my way. And I think that's an attitude that a lot of people have. So I think you have to be open to change and understanding that you should always be a student of the instrument. And I'm sometimes not very good at that, of going like, man, what else do I have to learn? What else is there? Because there's a shit ton, and you got to pick your battles. So you got to ask yourself, like, where are your flaws? It's actually, dude, part and parcel to what I'm doing with this song tonight. Where am I bad? All right. What am I bad at? How do I start fixing those things that I'm bad at? And dude, make a chart or make a list. Like, hey, I'm going to do one rudiment thing. I'm going to do one scale thing, and I'm going to do one song to kind of give you new insight and change your brain. That kind of stuff. Like, slowly go through that. Or maybe for you, it's one new songwriting thing. So you got to pick your battles. But you're asking the right questions. Maybe that's a good way to say it. Because quite often I think I've taught many of people and jammed with some people that are like, no, this is good. I'm good at this. And I'm good. And this is where it's going to be. And I'm like, my guy. You're not good at this, and you don't know how to be good at this, so you're not even open. I had a singer once. Well, it was a great story though. Like, I pulled this singer in that I was in a band with for multiple years, and I said, "Hey, come over to the house. I want to learn how to finally write." Dude, not different than your story. I was probably 20, probably 30 something, and I go, "Come over to the house. I want to learn how to write. Come over to my studio. I want to become a singer-songwriter because it's always been in my brain. That's something I want to do." By the way, shameless plug, check out my band Lamech. Our single Higher Ground came out like, I don't know, 6 or so months ago. Because I thought he was a decent songwriter, so that's why I invited him over. He comes over, and I start playing my song for him, which wasn't very good at the time. I'll have to find it someday and we can play it. And he goes, "I can't help you." And I go, what do you mean you can't help me? He goes, the song sucks. The song, you don't know how to sing. There's no melody. And these are things were all true. I don't think the song sucked. I think I did have a concept of what melody was and how to do it. But instead of him being able to show me, he just shut it down because he himself didn't know how to do it. I think I had a point in that story, but much like in lessons, I lost it maybe. My whole point was, dude, you're at least aware enough to say, hey, I want more. I want to understand at a deeper level. That's step one. And then you start getting books and everything like that. All right, I'm going to read Baptism Frequencies, last couple messages, and then I'm going to get back to practice, but I'm going to still look at comments. He waited 30 years to try, and I'm now doing my drama class. He waited 30 years to try and learn about guitar music and sense of playing. I have been trying to get as much info at the time, and by info I mean like theory. Hey, man, I taught somebody like 20 years ago. He was an older dude, cool dude, cool fucker. I'd go to his house. He wanted to play blues guitar. And this was when I was a bad teacher, and people just didn't understand right away that I was bad. Like, I was able to be personable enough and relational. But he might have been doing what you're doing right now, where you're like, I want to learn everything. And you can't. You legitimately just can't learn everything. You can learn one thing, and then you can keep on learning on top of that. And so maybe some of what you need to do right now is figure out, and again, like maybe, dude, like this might be an interesting conversation, to even just do like a FaceTime call at some point, and we just chat about, hey, what are you learning? What are you trying to figure out? Because, dude, where you're at, and I point over here because this is where my screen is. Where you're at is where a lot of people are at. Shit, where at any point in a guitarist's journey, somebody else, a million other people are in that same spot. So A, we feel like, oh shit, I'm the only one who doesn't know this, and B, I'm the only one in this place. Thousands of people. I've literally taught the same lesson 1,000 times, which is why I had to take a break from teaching before I, injured somebody. All right, I'm gonna read on. My whole point though of that one, I have about like 17 points, and maybe at some point I'll be able to reiterate it. Pick your battles. Small learning, something repetitive. If you want to learn theory, start with the nuts and bolts of chord construction. And dude, I'm giving you examples, but literally I'll help you make a game plan. That'd be kind of fun to do as well. Because music theory is a beast. I don't understand enough. I can understand enough to get by, and I have some smart friends that I go to and go, what does this mean? What is this thing to you? It's having a game plan and then not deviating from that game plan, which is something I struggle with quite a bit. Working on it. But it's picking one thing and learning that, because a lot of music theory, obviously, and a lot of music is just based on it, right? You're just building blocks. Or even like this string is part of that piano. Is that part of the piano? And this key I play, white keys and the black key, and they look like frets and piano keys. Dude, I struggle, and I'm not a great piano player by any means, but I struggle sometimes when I was again watching Madeline Harvey do something on the piano, and I was like, well, my guitar's right here, so I'm just gonna do it on guitar, and it took me a minute to like get my brain processing. So they're just different instruments, obviously. I mean, it's pretty obvious that they're different instruments, but the approach, if you can start approaching both of them, it makes a lot of sense. So Baptism Frequency goes, hard to explain, easier to visualize on the fretboard. That's sick, though. I'll definitely check out your stuff. I appreciate your teaching style. Hey, thanks, man. And let me give my feedback on my teaching style. This is not close to where I'm at. I'm going to start over. I taught for 20-odd years, probably. I'm 41-ish, maybe 42 at this point. Not really 100% sure. And it took me like 10 years to become a good teacher. To really understand, like, hey, what helps a student learn and grow? I was really good at reading people and going like, oh man, this person wants to work on this thing. I can learn that at the same speed that they can learn it. I can help them learn my pitfalls. This YouTube beast, I don't have this figured out at all. What I do have figured out is I wanted to, after I sold my music studio, I wanted to play more. Well, and I also wanted to give insight, but not give the kind of what I was bitching about. I don't want to give the same insight 1,000 times on one song. Well, I'd rather record that insight, and I'd rather play throughout the day. So that was a big reason why I made some changes. And now recently I am back teaching a little bit part-time, and I enjoy that. I enjoy it much more than being full-time and being in charge of a studio. I do love to see how people tick, though, and how they learn. And I always say to people, like, it took me so long to learn how I like to learn And I was so bad at music for so long, it gives me a lot of empathy when I meet a new student that either doesn't get it or, dude, hasn't literally found out the way that they learn music well. And I think that's a fun code to crack. And every time I do crack that code, not every time, but like 1 out of 5 times, I become a better musician because I go, oh man, his brain thinks this way. And if I can understand how his brain thinks, then I can understand music from that area. The selfish thing that I got is I wanted to play more and I wanted to practice more, and that's really what I'm trying to do now. But dude, if you're up for it, I'd love to do just we could do a Skype call in. We could set up a time and we could literally just do a live chat. You could show me, and maybe you're not up for a live chat of showing me where you're at. I know everyone's not that, game or hip. But we could do a chat regardless, whether it be live or not, and you can start showing me like where you're at. And what I'm trying not to do is give myself 1,000 things to do, but what I will be very willing to do is say, these are the 3 things you need to do. And if I can make a video of it for YouTube, because that helps me out as well, I'll do it. And that kind of helps everybody out. But I'd rather be more interested in your journey because you're engaged. You want to learn. And, you're on this medium of YouTube as well, trying to communicate and go, hey, I'm looking for the right content, which means other people are looking for the same thing as you are. And I think I can help you out. I can probably help myself out because playing a song like Blackbird, actually, student wanted to learn I'm just going on a tangent. A student wanted to learn finger picking. And I go, you know what? Blackbird's a classic. Everybody wants to learn it. Also, another thing is I know Blackbird is played wrong by a lot of people, including myself. I taught it wrong for many years. And then I was like, I want to learn this for myself. I was in the middle of a drum project. I'm like, I'm going to take a couple days off from that drum project. I'm going to focus on this. And then I'm going to start playing this at open mic nights, which is another goal of mine. I might have too many goals. But feedback. And that's the other thing. I'm going to quit going. It's getting, I don't think lessons, sometimes I wonder if lessons make any freaking sense, even though I've made a lot of, it's been my job for many a year. But sometimes I walk away going, why am I teaching this kid this person, this adult, this student, for half an hour and then we're walking away? They might practice the 4 things I asked them to practice. They may not. Is there a benefit for this person? They're going to incrementally get better, but it's I don't know. There's something missing the whole lesson thing, which is really when I owned my studio, something that we were working on changing. I don't think we figured it out. And I also walked away going, I don't care if I figure that out or not. At the end of the day, I'd rather have a cool relationship. I'd rather practice on my own. And if I can help you and you can, learn from me, I think that becomes a win-win. And help me, I guess. I wanted to not say that because it sounds prickish and selfish, but like anybody else in the world, I'm running a business. I'm trying to make a living off of playing music. That's why I opened a studio a long time ago, as I wanted to be I wanted to teach all day. Well, there's a lot of administrative bullshit that you don't think about when you're running a music business, or a teaching studio, I should say. And that's the stuff that I wasn't good at. I'm not good at as a person. I don't like administrative stuff. And I hired some cool teachers, and I was like, you guys kind of have it better than I do. At the end of the day, you're not getting the shitty emails from parents. You're not worried about the finances. You're not doing all these things. It's I'd rather have my night off and play. So, that's where we're at. Let's jump in. Will, I did not mean to talk to you for 30 minutes about my thoughts and feelings. You might have led the witness. I might have I want to say lead the witness, but you didn't. So. But it was a good chat. Oh, dude, nobody requested this lesson, so you're good, you're good. I'm learning this because he's learning it, and it makes my life, if you teach 20 lessons a week and you have two students that challenge you, you try to teach to the two students that challenge you, because the other 18, you're like, well, I've taught Back in Black 100 times now, so I don't have to do anything. I can show up to that one. This is something I want to learn, and what I want to put my time into. And dude, like, who would want to be able to play Blackbird 100%? Like, that's awesome. And as I was playing a little bit, I was thinking too. Two regrets of mine early on in my playing that I wasn't smart enough to know that were regrets were fixing my hands, which you were kind of even talking about already. How I approach the strings with my left hand and how I approach the pick, and then timing. Those are the two. If I could go back in time and be like, hey, time machine, go to my younger self and be like, this metronome thing, it's gonna be pretty big, my guy. Like, you're gonna like it. You're gonna want to understand that. And then the other thing is, I know those chords don't sound good right now. Don't press down hard. Relax. Just relax. And the notes will start to sound eventually. But when you approach the guitar with a heavy hand, you're never going to be fast. And you're going to have cramps really quickly. So, no apologies on the student, because, yeah. Really, it's just me learning the song. So when I come into lessons, I go, well, here's how you play it. Because before I couldn't play it at all. The funny thing is, I did have one lesson with him, and now I lost my metronome. That could be a problem. Well, we might go back to Sibelius then, if that's working. Oh, I think my speaker just shut off. So yeah, I mean, the student was approaching it the way that they thought they wanted to approach it, and pretty close to the real. I sent them the same video from Art of Guitar because I thought that guy did a great job of breaking it down, and I was like, hey, this is how you want to approach it, this is how you want to play it. The kid could play a lot of this song already, so, and he could play his idea of it, and I think, again, that goes to where it's like, this kid doesn't want to do what I'm doing right now. This is fun for me. He wanted to be like, hey, I can play part of the song. It sounds a lot like the song. And for him at his age, that's really what he wanted out of it. He might want more. I might be speaking out of turn. He played it fine. Back to the other measure, and actually talking helps me process stuff, obviously, because that's how talking works, but also gives me a little break from playing, so there are no complaints at all. And I also think there's more people, I just laugh because I just keep interrupting myself from playing. There's more people stuck in your position, not stuck, but in your position than anybody knows about, because I've taught a ton of them, young and old. And they're all asking the same questions of like, how do I move to that next step? I think, that's what we should all be doing. So by no means do I think that one's as nice as the first two measures that I worked on, but we're going to call it good. 2 and 1 and 2 and... 64. And who just won't want to be hanging out playing guitar anyway. It's kind of how I prefer to spend my time. Or drums. Or bass, I guess. Hey, Will, if you're still listening, and we should obviously have a longer chat. One book that I really liked early on that I wasn't really smart enough to even comprehend, even though it's pretty simple, is Fretboard Roadmaps. Don't remember who wrote it, but it's very beginner theory, and it's very obviously via the name guitar based. And I don't know, it's a good read, and I've recommended it to a lot of people who are like early on into their theory journey. If that's where you're still at, I don't exactly have your markings right. So it might be an interesting one for you. Check it out. Not saying that you should get a free copy, but there's free copies online, or buy it and support the guy who wrote it. 2 and 1. Next set, and 2 and 1 and 2 E, 1, 1 and that 2 E and 3 and that 4 E and 1 and that 2 E and. For some reason I can't get back to it now. 1 and that 2 E and 3 and that 4 E and 1 and that 2 E and. All right, 72. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and. So I kind of like that tempo. 72 doesn't push me, but it's like fast enough that it feels good. Kind of feel like I should do the whole thing that at that tempo, and then maybe push it from there, like 72, 73, 74, 75, and work that all the way to 95. I mean, we're only an hour in at this point, right? We got some time. 1 into 2 E and 3 and 4 and 1 into 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 1 into 2 E I like that idea. Let's try it. Otherwise, we'll come back to this. So 72. And what I'm going to do is give myself a measure in and a measure out, which is something I wasn't doing the other night, which would make me often forget how this last measure of G, which you cannot see, was played. But so they'll give me a little bit more time to just recover. 2, 1. Then I just realized that I've not reviewed this all since yesterday. Let's sight read it. We'll see how bad it gets. If there's something really bad, I'll stop and fix just that. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Randy, you're confusing me by being on the vertical or the horizontal stream. But how's your night going? 72 is sounding good. I agree with you. I'm surprised that those last couple of measures are nice and relaxed right now. I have the Soundbrenner actually upstairs, and I like this idea. I did not like it. I have one. I've worn it a couple times. I might have been chastised into getting one, and that might be the reason I don't like it. I do kind of like this idea of having one for this kind of thing, though, especially pairing. I don't know if it will pair up with my Logic. I know it'll pair up with a phone, though. So yeah, I like that idea. Might even be like having a secondary. Anyway, technology. I'm overthinking that. But yeah, I wouldn't mind breaking that out. That might be a good thing to start using again. This song, of course, is a bugger if you actually want the downbeat to be a little bit heavier or louder. Just because all the different metronome changes, tempo changes, not key signature. Oh, bro, yeah. No, don't let me dissuade you. The guy that chastised me into getting one, and he was the drummer in the band that I was playing with at the time. He wanted one because I was the guitarist. He's like, I just really want to be tight. I want to be in sync, and I was like, well, good, you should. Like, we as a band, we need to do that. But, like, I don't know if I need to wear a metronome all the time. Actually, my bigger issue was, if you're going to go play gigs, and then between every song, you're going to, sit there and adjust your phone and tempo and all that. And so I think it's a good piece of technology. It might be good to break it out again and see if I actually do like it or if I was being biased before. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we're gonna go up. So that's 72. I thought Randy and I both think that was pretty good. I think actually the last couple sounded really nice. We're gonna go by small increments because the goal of mine right now is to play it without strain, because 95 the other day, Randy, you were here, I think. I just gripping the shit out of my right hand, and that's not the way to approach the guitar, especially just because there's a lot of movement like that going on. 2, 3, 4. Those two measures get me. All right, let's fix those two that I've been bad at a couple of times. It's that transition from what transition is it? Oh, it's that G to the C, G/B. So it's a D7 sus4. So I'm going to try to do just a loop of this. Yeah, this is what we're doing. It's like we're testing a water bed or something. Maybe a tire. Maybe we're testing a tire. I used to work at a tire shop a long time ago, and we wouldn't know where the puncture was. Man, I can't talk tonight. And we'd spray it with a soapy, bubbly substance, and then bubbles would come out, and then you'd know where the puncture is, and then you would patch it if you could. If it's on the sidewall, you throw the tire away. This right here is my puncture, right? I fell apart on this part twice. It means it's time to redo this. It needs some special attention. So actually what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab that metronome from before, which works now because my speakers just shut off, and we're just gonna fix these two measures, well, this measure and half a measure. Now, we do not want to fix this at 72, we want to fix this at 58. 2E and 3 and 4 and... Practice is going to become meditative for me, and is why I kind of, like 4 or 5 years ago, fell into loving practice and didn't like it when I was a little 8-year-old kid. I don't know. You can kind of like rehash your day. You can think about what's going on. You can totally just zone out and hear the notes. I mean, it's not Blackbird anymore, right? And then when you put it back into context, it becomes Blackbird again. And 2E and 3. Dude, for sure. I was playing a song in 12/8. Yeah, the metronome gets old, and I don't always know. Like, I do a headphone check before I send whatever I'm saying to YouTube. Sometimes it sounds like crap. Sometimes it sounds okay. So if it ever sounds bad, Randy, you let me know. But shaker loops, or even like Logic has nice like drum loops to play with. It's a great thing to do. But it does make it more fun. Or like I was teaching a kid the other day, and I was like, just take your cell phone, record yourself playing the rhythm part. And then from there, like do your solo over top. Oftentimes we feel forced to play with, the actual recording, and that's not always the best. All right, one more faster on this. Okay, thank you, Randy. Metronome is just such a harsh sounding thing. I remember the first time the app on my phone, I think it's just like Metronome Pro or some shit like that, and I show it to a kid and they go, "Oh, what is that sound?" And well, I'm like, it has to be piercing enough, right, to get through the mix of whatever you're listening to, but it's not a friendly sound, and that's not why kids hate it. But I mean, like, it's part of the reason. Let's put this back in context. Just jump back in at 74. See what happens. 2, 3, 4. That like a B plus. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's what I like. I'm making different mistakes, and I almost prefer that to making the same mistake over and over again. Then it's just like a slight error versus like I can fundamentally not play something. So that's kind of what that proves to me, which is why I'm going to keep pushing on. If it was the same mistake over and over again, I'd probably grab that Logic metronome again. 2, 3, 4. We're going to keep pushing it because I don't think that was terrible. And we'll kind of see what speed I top out at. Hopefully it's 95. 2, 3, 4. There is some sloppiness at 82. We're going to keep going, though. We might just see if we can run that sloppiness out, which is probably not the way to do it. Dude, loops are the answer for a ton of shit, and it's a great way to practice as well. The guitarist that I hang out with, we started doing that like halfway through our jams, and we were like, wait, why didn't we always just put up a metronome, or not a metronome, but a loop, whether it be shakers or a simple drum pattern? It just makes what you're doing so much easier. I do think there's a something you need to cultivate with a metronome as well, but it's doing both for sure. Because you spend a lot of time with a metronome, all of a sudden you just can jam the heck out of it with a loop. So, but yeah, your drummer's not alone. There's, as you hear me play quite a bit without playing in time with a metronome. It's very common for people, and I don't, I'm drummer adjacent. 2, 3, 4. There's been some good ones in there. Nothing perfect, which is fine. Like, if I was doing this and tracking it, those 3 takes I could have comped something together and been fine with. Ooh, I guess 90. I guess we're already at 90. Clearly I don't know how numbers work. You have to love the, for sure. Hey, dude, we're at some point there'll be a bus, and I'll be in Georgia, and we'll be jamming and recording on that bus. It might be 2 years from now, but there's gonna be a mobile studio. We'll pull up, and you and I will jam. What would you play? Guitar or bass? Or guitar or drums? All right, so 90, I completely fell apart. You guys probably heard that. You were a part of it. This is decaf coffee, so it's not bad. Um, 90 wasn't terrible. I felt like I could have done it. I just half doing it without looking, and it was enough to throw me off. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, three, four. So definitely there's some shite measures in there. There's at least three that I keep on screwing up, but I'm gonna be like okay with it now. I'm gonna fix it later. I'm not gonna worry about fixing it now. I'm gonna, there's that G that I kind of like, and chances are most people won't actually notice it, but I'm gonna worry about just getting it completely to speed. And then if I have to the next day or two, fix that. So let's go up by twos. It feels completely different than the other night when I was running through it and was very rushed at 95. I know we're only at 90, or that last run was at 90. But 90 to 95 isn't big enough of a difference that I feel like I'm going to be terribly rushed. And that means we're getting better. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's not very good. like that's not playing I'd be proud of. But again, it's me at the end of the gym getting a couple more reps in and getting up to speed. So I apologize for continuing to stop, but it's a little bit I have to tell myself that. It's like, that's not great, but you need to go that fast to get to where you want to go. I was teaching somebody the other day, and I said the same exact thing to them. I'm like, you should play it really slow and be perfect and be really, not perfect, but really, really good at understanding it at a slow level. That's number one. But if you never go fast, you will never be able to play it at full speed. It's pretty obvious, right? So it's like, understand the slow, know the slow, understand, like, if you want to play proficiently and you want to play without strain, slow is your answer. At some point, you got to push yourself and stress yourself out, and that's where we're at tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whenever I try to make a good point, I then screw it all up. But that's okay. And I say that a lot too, but here's 94. Make sure you can see that. 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, just like holding on for dear life. Um, and then I can feel it falling off the rails. But 95 full speed. We're gonna go 96. Go faster than full speed. 2, 3, 4. Randy, what do you think? I thought that was pretty damn good. So good that I'm gonna take this one off. Wasn't perfect, but it wasn't bad. Let's see if I can jump back in. One, two, three, four. There's totally a measure I'm cheating on, but, you know, it'll live. Dude, I don't know. That would be an interesting one. I do think Randy, and I mentioned this in our live stream a while ago. Here's Randy's comment. Sorry, I know everyone can't actually see it. I'm going to resolve that at some point. Randy says, man, that's a tough to play at that fast, and you're doing great. Thank you, Randy. Did Paul actually record the whole song in perfect tempo? I've never tested with record. Wow. And two different things with that, right? Like, I'm sure they had an ebb and flow to it. But I thought it'd be fun to like take the actual file, put it in Logic, actually, which I already did. And I think it's Waveform Pro allows you to bounce down where you can have just his vocals and just the drum track or whatever the tapping is in that song. And so it is something that I'd like to do down the road is like put that in Logic, line it all up, and then track over top of it and do my own version of it, right? Or not my own version, but my cover of it. And I think that'd be a good test too, especially because like the other day I started doing the vocals, so I was just sitting there going, because I kind of made a rule in my mind, like I'm not going to practice this unless I'm doing it live. I don't know why that's a rule, but it's a rule that I made. I didn't want to cheat. I wanted everything of me learning the song, other than that lesson that I had where I was breaking this down for a student, to be like me working on the song. That's what these lives are about. How long does it take me? Right now we're on day 5. And it's pretty close now. Now, I haven't spent any time, I think, on the chorus, but I think that'll come quickly because it's using a lot of the same ideas, which, again, is very song-based learning. You learn a song, you learn a lot of techniques. So how'd Paul play it? You learn Paul's technique, and you got these bruises on your fingers or calluses now. So, yeah, I don't know. And the other thing is, like, they used tape back then, and there's quite a few Beatles songs where they cut, you could tell. Like, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds is a very famous one, because, I mean, they did more than cut, right? Because they went from, like, a 6/8 part to a 4/4 part or something. And so, you know, it's not like Paul played this one time in a row perfect, or maybe he did. We don't know. We could ask the guy, but he'll never respond. Oh, is it? So do you think they mic'd his... Obviously, this is a dumb question. Do you think they mic'd his foot? Randy says the tapping is actually Paul's foot. They actually mic'd his foot. Pretty wild. Dude, they were doing a lot of drugs, and they were coming up with cool ideas of how to record stuff is what it amounts to, and mad respect for that. Sounds like a good life to me. And a lot of times, like, so there's a Tom Petty story on, I think it was Southern Accents, where they wanted a metronome. They wanted to play to a metronome, but they didn't want to have rigidness to it. So instead, they had their drummer, Steve Ferrone, I think is his name. They had him kind of tap out the beat with him. So think of it this way: like they probably gave him the tempo. Maybe they gave him an acoustic track to play to, and he clicked it out. but his human feel is going to be different than a stoic or stiff metronome giving you that same pulse. It's the same thing that Randy and I were talking about like, his drummer can't play with the metronome, but he can play with loops, and maybe some of it is because he has a little ebb and flow to him. That ebb and flow is what makes music great. We've kind of like, I don't know, bleached the shit out of music at this point. It doesn't sound like it used to. So that's my whole other story. And I had a nice little break to do 96. Let's do we'll do a couple more 96 in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Randy, I was on a roll. The funny thing is, I looked down thinking I knew what was next, but man, that was playing smooth. I thought I knew what was next, but I didn't. Now, here's the other thing, and I keep on, no one watches all of these, so I'm going to repeat myself a lot. Those little tiny breaks, even me chatting and reading the chat a little bit, is enough to give my hand a rest, my brain, probably not even hand as much as my brain a rest. And then you come into it fresh. And if you can find a way at home to get those kinds of practices in, that's the best thing. So 2-a-days is the best, where you would spend like an hour in the morning and an hour at night practicing, and you would get so good so quickly if you practice the right way. And then the other one is even in your hour-long practice session or 45-minute practice session, if you do this breakup of like, I guess the way that I did the measures early on in this one, right, where we were very like specific, and then we went to the whole section and specific and whole section, that back and forth. Think of it that back and forth. You're kind of like raising this up, raising that up, raising this up, raising that up. 2, 3, 4. Just gonna jump completely falling apart. All right, let's do 97. And again, 95 is full speed. I'm pushing myself. Dude, the old days were the best. Now they would be like, hey, give me a minute. Let me program that on my computer. I think we can bring the old days back. I think the old days needed to go away. No, actually, they didn't. I think people got lazy, and instead of spending, there's so many great stories about the Beatles in Hamburg, Tom Petty with I think Steve Ione, I think that's his name. Bad that I don't remember. Where they talked about like, so if it's Steve Ione, something like that, on Tom Petty's first 2 albums, the producer didn't know that they could cut in, or some story to that effect. It's on some Tom Petty documentary. But basically, he made them play the song over and over again until he thought the drummer nailed it in a way that fit Tom Petty's vocals really well. Well, that means they spent 5 hours on one song. But that 5 hours on one song made them really, really good. Nowadays, you would do 4 takes on something, and you'd comp it in, and you would quantize. And that's just... Is it cheating? I think it probably is cheating. Have I cheated before? Yeah, I've cheated. We've all cheated. We cheat because it's a little easy, right? And so, there has to be this hybrid. I think I don't love Dave Grohl, just not my favorite musician. That's fine. We don't all have to like the same people. But I have mad respect for what he's doing with like, was it Sound Studios and doing more analog stuff, and, respect for him kind of doing those things. Randy says even pro musicians don't even play live anymore. Everything is filled with stems. They're just warm bodies on the stage make it look alive. They're basically meat puppets, right? Musical meat puppets, which would be a great name for a band, maybe. But yeah. And I think it goes to an easy way out. I think that would probably be the reason why everyone would be like, well, it's just easier. It's, hey, we can be more consistent if it's always a pre-recorded track. We can always make sure it's this. I think it was Nicky Six, right, that called everyone out in Motley Crue that they haven't played live in like 15 years or some BS. 2, 3, 4. Thanks, bro. Thank you. So what I'm feeling, like that's 97, which is 2 over. I think if I get to, let's just try 99. I think going 99 to 95, it's going to be like, man, I can play this. Like I played 97 right there, more relaxed than I played 95 last night. And that's where you know, like you're making some changes in your playing. And it's 100% consistency in practice. You need to allow the time to sit here and like, what does your hand have to do? How does that feel? All of those things over and over again. Okay, 99 is going to be a shit show. 2, 3, 4. Wasn't a complete shit show. There's one mistake. I play this A7 wrong a lot. Randy, I hope that's a good face. Is it odd though? Like you said this before, and I believe you because I don't think Randy's a liar. But you can say there's certain tempos, but something becomes a part of your hands after a while. You know, and maybe I'll fall apart if I go back to 95. But yeah, there's good things. I actually fixed that one measure of A7. There's one piece of slop yet. It's that G to. Oh, it's this guy. No. Where is it? Oh, it's this one. It's that G to that C/G/B. But that, in my mind, that's your next rehearsal. Well, I don't know. Yeah, you're right though. You're right. Now the question is, so Randy says it allows me to not overthink with that tempo. Randy already knows me a little bit too well. I overthink about everything. I hope to prove you wrong, Randy. Not to be a dick, but I hope I can play. I hope I can take. This goes again to singing, but I hope I can take that speed and non-overthinking and bring it to 95. Which, you know, like my early practice, right, was bringing 70 to 95. Well, we kind of did that. There's some release in my hand. I'm not like over clenching or anything like that. So it'd be interesting, right? Can I bring 99 to 95? Let's try it. The funny thing is, this should be easier, and it will be though. Like if I spent, now that I know that I could do 95, right? Because the other day was a shit show. It's now like tomorrow sitting on 95 and doing it for, instead of an hour and well, shit, we're at an hour and 40 minutes. Doing an hour and 40 minutes on this, you know, I do an hour and 40 minutes at 95 and just really, probably not that long because I'd get sick of that and you guys probably would too. But you know, maybe a couple different metronome tricks, or you know, seeing that one measure of G to the C and the G/B, you know, working that through at a small metronome jumps, you know, like starting at 40 and just really hitting that home, make sure I'm playing it right, and then hitting this at 95, 96, 97, 95, 96, 97. Okay. All right, we're gonna do a couple in a row and then call it a night because this was a long one, guys. It's fun though. 2, 3, 4. That wasn't bad. I would give that like a grade. Still not bad. 2, 3, 4. Dude, you saw me fall apart all the last 5 times I've done this, so I don't disagree with you at all. In any like 16th note, especially because I feel like this pattern is always going da 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 da, like it's inverting. Like look at this right here, right? 1 and then 2 E end. That back and forth rhythm, when you have to own that rhythm at a slow tempo, is just hard to do. I use this word a lot, cultivating. I do feel like if you spend a lot of time with metronome, which is really like, even the past 6 months, I feel like I've been starting these lives, I notice a completely different playing style via metronome than I was 6 months ago when I started rolling these out. All because I spent a lot of time just being really, really bad with metronome and just going over and over again. All right, we're gonna legit do 2 more and then call it. Randy, what are you working on tonight? You're just doing your loop stuff or doing a little practicing? 2, 3, 4. One thing that I read wrong. One, 2, 3, 4. We're calling that a night because it's not getting any better. And I say that's fine a lot. I gotta break my habits. It's okay. It should not be perfect every single time. 95 sounded pretty good. We got up to 99. I was pretty happy with that as well. Thank you guys for watching. Randy, let me know in the comments below what you've been working on. And we'll be doing more of these. And you guys have a good rest of your night. I will talk to you later. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I just got his message. Took a break from mixing a demo for a friend of mine. It takes balls to share rehearsing with the world. Dude, thanks, man. Thanks. It takes balls and, maybe, yeah. Hey, thanks, man. Thank you. That means a lot. Randy says, I hope you know that I'm inspiring musicians every day, so keep it up. Here's my motivation factor. If I can do it, you guys can do it too. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to play. You just have to like it. And I think the cool thing is, too, there's a cool community of musicians, and I've met already like a handful of you guys in the last 6 months of doing this. that inspires me a ton too. I think as musicians we can get a little disheartened about, like, everyone's trying to be the best and they only care about their egos and fuck everyone else. And I think the reality is, like, it seems to be a lot of drummers, I'm just calling drummers out, are very, very like, hell yeah, you can do this. You got this, bro. Just keep going on. And I've noticed it from every instrument, but I notice it a lot from drummers, and it's cool. And I hope we can learn that together and cultivate that and grow that and just kind of become a cool place for musicians to learn and grow and hang and share cool stories. Because I think that's what's missing in the world right now too, is all these great stories about, Randy with Aerosmith and the Beatles stuff, and me with some Tom Petty knowledge. It's like, let's impart some of this wisdom. So, and probably, help us impart some of that wisdom too. All right, you guys have 25, Blackbird, refining a couple of measures, just verifying that we're actually up and running, and it looks like we are, even though it says, okay, now it says excellent. If you guys want to support us at, excuse me, at musicbythemeasurespro.com, we appreciate you guys' support. You guys can get the sheet music here, or you can just help support us making more videos. So, jumping right into Blackbird. And for some reason, I have a frog in my throat. I'm going to be warming up on the 2 measures, or 3 or 4 measures I'm kind of the worst at, and we'll do that at slow tempo, and then we'll just kind of like try to play everything at full speed, which I did a couple times the other day. The measures I'm bad at here are the measures I'm bad at 95, which is not, I mean, why wouldn't I be, right? As you speed things up, you're not going to get better at it. All right. We're just going to jump in and see if that frog goes away. So this G/B and this A7. All right, so let's just do that. 1 and 2 E and 1 and 2 E and. Probably enough of that. And actually, I'm just going to do this D7 measure. This actually might be the other bad one. It is. It is, I think. There might be one more. So that's... For whatever reason, going from the G chord, that D string, and then actually getting to that C chord, and being consistent on that all. And I think I'm also bad at that A7. Okay, so there's like 3 measures I'm bad at. See if I can get a nice loop with just this from the G, the C to the G/B. So it'd be 3 and 4 E and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 E and 4 and. So I can tell, like, I'm just not consistent on getting that D. So it's kind of the time where I have to just, like, shut the metronome off and stare at my hands. It's a lot of, like, muscle memory and, like, space, right? You just gotta know, like, okay, that's exactly where that 4th string is when you're not looking at it. And then put that 16th note in. And then for whatever reason doing, it's also hard for me. Between those two. C. There we go. All right, let's see if we can do that with metronome though. So again, not consistent on that D, that gets me. Back with metronome. Now that last one, you could hear that fingernail. It was like nice and clean. It sounded much like when I play without metronome, and that's kind of my goal. Kind of that, it shouldn't change whether I'm playing by myself or with metronome, ideally, you know. trying to get all these back into my fingers before I, worry about full speed, right? Makes sense. Like, here's what I'm bad at. Warm up on that. Spend 5 or 6 minutes on it, or we're at 10 minutes already. I kind of zoned out, I guess. But it's good work. It's work that I need to do because it's going to keep me from being sloppy as I get faster. So now the A. I will just do those two. Struggling. Make sure everything's working. Okay. Is it? Can't tell. And he loses focus. I'm sure it's fine. So we got. All right, with metronome. So let's go up by sixes because I feel like I've already done this before. And just going to go back to the other measure I'm bad at, making sure there's nothing else. Okay, I think it's just these. It's near the end I fall apart. So here's 56, 2 and 1 and 2 and. Probably just going to do that. Even though it's kind of weird, but it'll help me with that transition. So I'll do the G/B, A7, D7, sus4. Then I'll save the rest for the when I do it again. And 2 and 1 and 2E and 3 and 4E Actually, I'm going to skip the D7 sus4 because I really don't need it right now, and I feel like I'm decent at it. Now the G, C, G/B, 2 and 1 and 2. A7, D7 sus4. To rush that a lot. 1 and a 2 E and 3 the 4 E and 1 and a 2 E and 3 and a 4 E and 2 E and 3 and a 4 E and. Before I just continue to do that for an hour. Let's go by sixes yet. So 62, if I can do math. Or 61, I guess, if it wants to be stubborn. All right, same thing. We're just going to go get these to where they can sound smooth at a faster tempo, which may be 95. I might quit before then and put the whole thing together. We'll find out. Still like to rush just a little bit. I'm just pushing the beat a little bit more than I'd like to. 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 2 E and 3 and 4 E and 1 and 2 E and there we go. The G, C, those three chords, those next three chords. You can kind of see this is not the most fun practice. Well, I actually enjoy this. I enjoy the minutia of just like playing something over and over again. And it's a great warm-up, especially since this is like day 6 of working on the song, right? Like these are my weak spots. So hitting your weak spots over and over again will make them strong or less weak spots. 1 and a 2 E and 3 and 3 and a 4 E and 1 and 2 and 3 and a 4 E and. It's coming together. All right, the A7, D7 sus4. that rushing, right? 1 into 2 E and 3 into 4 E and 1 into 2 E and 3 into 4 E and 1 into 2 E and. I cannot emphasize enough how good of a thing it is to practice just doing a mute and getting your rhythm. Even though it's a picking pattern, you could easily go. Just getting this going. 1 into 2 E and 3 into 4 E and da, 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 da. Just taking the left hand out of the equation allows your brain to think differently, allows your brain to put it together how it's supposed to actually go. Oh, I'm not going to be able to move that. Just a good thing to do. Oh, something stopped. I had this happen the other day. For some reason, the speakers shut off after a little bit. They're back. Okay. Let's go back to this one. Into 2E and 3 and 4 and. Get sloppy on that one and that up strum, and that down as well. 1 and 2 E and 1 and 2 E and. So clearly something to watch out for as we get up to, 95. All right, let's do one more. Let's do 68. All three of those bad measures, or how many ever there are, and then we'll start putting it all together. 1 and 2 and. The G, the C, the G/B. Three and a 4 E and 1 and 2 and 3 and a 4 E and 1 and 2 and. For some reason I thought I should do both, and that's a terrible idea. Oops, that's not the right thing to hit. Might pull that back up if I need it, but for the most part, I'm hoping that I won't need it. So that was 68. Well, we can just do 70. All right, so here's the whole loop. I think I can just sight read it. I don't think I have to review anything. Should be there mostly. And then I'll give myself a little buffer measure at the end and beginning. 2, 3, 4. Not bad for 70. 2, 3, 4. Kinda forgot how it ended. 1, 2, 3, 4. For the most part, I feel like it's pretty good. I feel like I can speed it up. I'm not going to go up by a ton. I'm not going to go up by a lot. Just like 4 BPM each. There's a couple spots that are a little tricky that if I don't really think ahead, I fall apart on. So just got to be aware of them. And if I go up too fast, too quickly, I won't be aware of them. 2, 3, 4. Still pushing that metronome a lot, and I gotta like be okay with that. 3, 4, and calm down. And you hear some notes that aren't getting represented well, but that's okay. Those can be fixed later. All right, 78. Three, four, 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 into 2 and 3 and 4 and started out really tight, really playing with that metronome well, and then just do one whole round. 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 into 2 and 3 into 4 and 1. So sloppy. Sloppy just more on the notes than anything else, but let's go 78. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Wait, was I at 78 or did I actually put in 78? We're going to find out. We'll just go to 80 and call it good because I don't remember. I was probably at 78. 2, 3, 4. For the most part, I felt pretty good about that. Some rushing in the beginning. 2, 3, 4. Sometimes you think you know where the song's going and you don't actually remember. You don't actually remember where it goes. 84. Is anybody else working on this song tonight? Or are you guys just watching me work on this one? 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. So it's not getting better right now, and some of that's just, you just have to do it over and over again, and maybe you'll have a breakthrough, maybe you won't. We're still going to go faster. So we'll do 88, which means we're only 7 away from full speed, which is pretty good. There's a couple spots where if I don't think about it just right, I do fall apart, and, you know, I have to resolve those. Some of them might just be mental gaffes, though, or mental, like, breaks in the chain. 2, 3, 4. That one was pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Some wonky notes in there. 2, 3, 4. That part just went away. All right, what we're at? 88. Let's go 92. Overall, you know, I didn't practice yesterday, so it's a little getting it back to my fingers, but I feel like for the most part I have it. Just see if we can get up to full speed. 2, 3, 4. Not bad. Little push in my hand. 3, 4. What's up, drums? How you doing, bro? Now, see, I'm bad with names. I did this yesterday. I feel like I called you I feel like somebody else was watching Baptism of Fire, no, Baptism of Frequencies, and I called him your name. But now, see, now I don't even want to guess your name. But I'm working on Blackbird, bro. I'm working on Blackbird. That is what I'm working on. Finger picking, Blackbird, getting up to full speed. We are 3 BPM away. So let's just do it. 95. And we'll see. Trying not to get that tension in my hand or even rushing a little bit, which I'm still doing. It'll be easier as we get faster. That's a weird way to say it. It'll get easier because we'll start slowing it down. No. Wait. Let me say this the right way. It'll become easier because I'll get comfortable at faster speeds, and we're gonna go up to like 100 BPM and then lower it down a little bit to 95, and hopefully I can settle and relax. Drums, are you working on anything tonight? 2, 3, 4. So that's not bad at full speed. 2, 3, 4. Again, I'm going to say not bad. 3, 4. Fell apart. All right. We're going to go to 96 because if I can play 95, I can probably play 96. It's going to push me. And then I just want to get to the place where I can feel like I can actually play that relaxed. The last couple weren't bad. Way better than like 3 days ago when I tried it on the fly and it happened, but it like happened magically, right? Not actual in a good way. All right, bro. I love your comment because we're just going to have a long chat about this for a minute. So Drum says he was working on a couple songs. Runaway by Dark Divine. I'll have to listen to that one. I don't know it. Some other double kick speed. Went to Guitar Center today and tried out a DW 9000 pedal. So super smooth. My drummer and I, the drummer in my metal. No. My drummer is a good friend of mine. He plays in a metal band. We do not play metal. We play like alt rock. You should check us out. Lamech. I think our last song's on YouTube. I don't think it is. I know it is. Higher Ground. Check it out. Lamech, Higher Ground. But we were debating for a long time the DW 9000 because I have one, and we both hate it. Now, he's a really, really good drummer. I'm a wannabe drummer. And the pedal is so smooth that you almost feel like you have no resistance, and that no resistance. I don't want to speak bad about it. It's a phenomenal pedal. And it is so buttery smooth, but I feel like I can't do speed on it. And this guy, who's actually a really, really good drummer, is struggling the same way that I struggle on it. So I'm interested to see, what do you play with right now at home? So we were debating, I have an Iron Cobra, I don't remember which one, and then I think I have a longboard Iron Cobra, and I might be mixing terms around, or pedals around. I know there's 2 other kick drum pedals upstairs. And then he's letting me borrow an Iron Cobra double bass. Can't remember which one that one is either. And you actually look on forums, a lot of people complain about the DW 9000 being too smooth, which you would never think would be a problem for kick drum pedals, right? But that over smoothness is over smoothness is causing a lack of resistance. That lack of resistance, a little bit of a counterweight for when we're going fast. So interested to see what you're thinking about it long term. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I have the 2000. I might. No, I don't have the 2000. I definitely do not have another DW pedal. A lot of people are saying what you're saying. The 2000 is actually not as smooth, but has the right amount of resistance to play fast. So we're actually going to try out here an Access pedal pretty soon. He's got 4 of them. He's got a double bass setup. Oh, no, that's actually all. Does he have I think he has a double bass setup, and then he has 2 single Access, and he's going to let me borrow one, and might end up with that. So, all right, 96. 3, 4. So I'm going to complain about that because I'm playing sloppy at that speed, and I didn't like where my sheet music was. But that's okay. You can refine sloppiness after a while. I was talking to a student the other day, and I said, practice 2 different ways. One is slow and accurate. Really fine-tune your muscles, your motor skills, all that stuff. And then when you start getting fast, submit to the sloppiness. Submit to, like, that wasn't a great run-through, but it's also 1 BPM faster than I'll ever have to play it. So, I don't... set your intention for practice. That's probably how I can finitely say that. Set your intention for practice. Mine right now is to get up to 99, maybe 100, and then tomorrow really sit here and smooth that out where it's not rushing around and I'm not hitting wrong notes and all that stuff. I'm not overthinking. Drum says, when I first started out, I traded my ride for it. Nice, bro. Nice, bro. And it's really good for practice, but the pull that attaches the second pedal comes loose sometimes. Yeah, it might be yours. You might just need a new, I can't remember what that tightener is actually called, that fastener on there. One trick that I always do, and this works for guitars and loose stuff as well, put a piece of paper in there as you tighten it down, and sometimes that's enough to like cause a little bit of resistance in there from pulling out. So it's not uncommon, right? Like I always say, like drums take such an abuse. You're hitting them all the time. You're just beating the shit out of them. It makes sense that they would become broken quicker than other instruments. 2, 3, 4. I'm playing the wrong measures. 2, 3, 4. It's twice in a row now. All right, so after the... This is the chord I have to hit. Okay. We're going to go up to 97, though. As if 96 wasn't bad enough. We'll go one faster. I smile because I just like guess on that one measure. I just let this finger go and hope that it gets some of the correct notes, and it gets most of them. All right, 98. 98. That's all I'm going to say. 2, 3, 4. Survivable. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. That's getting sloppy and sloppier. Let's go 95, which is full speed of the song. Actually, let's try this differently. Let's go 90. Or 9 minus 0. We're going to go 90 and try to find that right tempo to like relax myself, play smooth, don't fuck up on notes, all that good stuff. And maybe I can sit on 90 for a hot minute and then do 95 and actually just like be done, which would be really nice. All right, get and set. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost go slow. Welcome to live guitar practice number 26. We're continuing our journey on Blackbird. This is day number 7. It's Sunday morning. I'm waking up. So you guys will be waking up with me. Windows are open just a little bit, so maybe we get some actual Blackbird sound coming through. If you guys want to support us, you want more videos like this, you need sheet music, become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com, or like, comment, subscribe on this video. All those good things help the channel grow, because that's what every YouTuber says, and I think there's some truth to it. So as my warm-up, I'm going to be going slow tempos. This will be very similar to my practice last night, where after like a 45-minute or 50-minute session, my hands started getting a little tired, but I was getting the measures to where I wanted them to be. They just need a little bit of a cleanup. And it's always good to just start kind of like where you left off the day before. I know it sounds very simplistic to say, but sometimes those things need to be said. So this G/B to A7 is a measure I'm bad at. We're going to warm up this at 60. Just see if there's anything I can clean up, fix, or see where the problem is. Sometimes it's just actually reviewing it and doing the slow tempos. 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and... Oh, I'm just not playing it right. 2 and... once in a while you hear that extra note inside that measure, right? Or, inside my strum. Just trying to clean that up. But I'm also going to be okay with it. Like, I'm just trying to warm the hands up. I did a little stretching before I got started. Very important if you're going to play for a while, which I plan to do for a bit. Though last night I planned on, after my guitar live, to do a drum live, and instead I went drinking with friends, and that was good to do too. But I did not make it back to the studio in time. Well, I did make it back in time, but I might have been a little inebriated to do a live drum. It wouldn't have been good. I feel like that's good. This last half of the G and then to the next measure gets me as well. Now, if you watched last night, and if you did, great, awesome. Thank you for watching. You can tell already these measures at 60 are smoother than I was playing them at 3-4 days ago, smoother than I was playing them at 40 BPM. That's what happens, just that little bit of consistency, time in practice, all that good stuff. 1 and 2 EN, 3 and 4 EN. Actually, I'm going to do both those measures, yeah. Actually, no. I'm going to stick to just the A7, D7, sus4. Go up by 6, and we'll jump to those first sets of measures that I was struggling with. 2 and 1 and 2 and... Second set. 2 and 1, 2. me think like, how many times do you have to play that, right, to just never make a mistake on it again? And it's probably like 7 hours worth, which is probably where I'm at on this, right? Okay. Next set. This one always just sounds sloppy. And that, so I'm being picky now, right? That transition between this chord, 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and there we go. It's very much like I was playing the staccato idea of both things, right? Not connected, not legato at all. And a 2E and 1 and a 2E and. Still doing that. Okay. Let's see, what did I earmark this whole song for today? 60. I say we tackle the whole thing a minute at 66, which is what I just played those all at. I might go back and forth between just the single measures. Got about 45 minutes I'm planning on doing on this before I have to move on. So 66 is where we were just at on those single individual measures, and then I think doing this whole track at that is, or the whole verse at that is a good idea. And then go up to 72 and just those individual measures. Because as we go up to like 90 and 95, I start to break down on the measures that I'm not good at. I mean, that's common sense at this point. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, 4. So I'm just playing way too fast. higher on this one. So we'll go to 72. And then we'll go back to the individual measures at a time, because otherwise I think it's going to be too redundant for me and I'll get bored. All right, 72, 2, 3, 4. Don't know if you guys can hear it, but there are actually birds chirping outside. 2, 3, 4. So 72. So let's do those measures I'm bad at. Let's do 70. No, we'll do 78. Kind of push ourselves, and we'll jump into the full track at 78 as well. Just trying to, like, again, change it up enough where it gives you a break to think about it differently. Think about it this way. Like, I'm struggling at 95, and if I keep on practicing the same way, I'm probably not going to, jump that hurdle. I got to figure out a different way to attack this. And part of it is like fatigue, right? Like playing something for 45 minutes to an hour just wears you out a little bit. So 1, 2, 1 and 2 and bad measure, or measure, 2 measures, but half a measure. Some sloppiness. 1 and a 2 and 1 and 2 and next 3 and a 40 and 1 and 2 and 3 and a 40 and then the last measure that I'm bad at. You could argue, not great at any of them. 1, 2. So I get lost inside that 16th note. 1. So not only the rhythm, that's 1 and a 2 E and 1 and or 3 and a 4 E and. Right? It's really that. Trying to do that right. So it's kind of like a pat of the finger up, and then on that down is fingernail. 2EN, 3 and a 4EN. Those are probably just going to be sloppy measures for a bit. All right. Let's do a whole track at 80. Kind of like keep going back and forth between these tempos and push it. And also, like, you can see, like, doing those small measures kind of wears me out a little bit more than doing the whole thing. But doing the whole thing is really what I need to practice. So it's like, you know, battle the measures that you're bad at, then go back and put it all in context. 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and. And I could live with that. That wasn't great, but I could live with that. 4, 1 and 2. That one was worse, but still could live with it. I just get a little like spacey, and like spacey as in like not knowing the distance, so like opposite of spacey, I guess. This finger just gets lost, and it's not fine-tuned enough to hit just those strings on those chords. So, you know, I could spend 15-20 minutes on fixing that. I don't think that's what we're going to do today. If anything, today I just want to get up to full speed and be consistent at full speed. All right, let's do a couple more at 80. Pretty happy with that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, if I was going to call myself out, and I will, just so you know, I saved myself from the comments, though I don't know if anyone else noticed it. On this right here, I'm not getting these zeros, like that 0, 5. I don't feel like I'm doing that well. Yeah. This is me being ultra picky. And I'm not going to fix this right now. Like, you got to understand where your temperament is for the day. My temperament for the day is not like fine-tuning these small details. Like, that would probably make me a little crabby. Instead, like, I'm like, okay, well, get up to speed, get this hand more comfortable, take a day off. But I'm not getting these open second in there. I'm not really getting that G on there on the, oh, that one doesn't have it. Now, that's me being ultra picky, right? Unless Paul McCartney is watching you play, you probably don't need to worry about those 2 notes not getting wrung out. The other thing is, like, I talk about this in lessons a lot. A recording is a finite picture of one thing that happened. Like, Paul McCartney played this a certain way. Go watch him play it live. He may not get those zeros in every single time. When John writes a tab, he writes a beautiful, beautiful tab that represents every note that's hit. I mean, like, look at this muted 7, or this muted note on the 4th string. He picks it up. He notates it, and I love that. I loved it when I owned the teaching studio. It was great. it helped a lot for kids to be like, oh man, I hear that beat and I got to play that beat. Where I had other people that were like, ah, it's close enough. And I'm like, well, no, because this song might be a great example of like, you don't have to replicate every note. But there's other songs where it's like, if the drummer puts a foot hi-hat in, it'd be great for that drum teacher to be aware of that. So they can put that in as well and teach a student that, hey, this drummer did this and they probably did it for a certain reason. All right, that's my speech. Let's do the whole thing at 82. No, we'll do 84, and then we'll go back to looping at 90. Small tracks, or small measures. 2, 3, 4. Feel really good about that one. 2, 3, 4. You can hear I just give up a little bit on that last measure of G. All right, a little bit of looping. Not going to go overboard. So that was 84. Let's do looping at, let's do 90 here. I think that's what I said I was going to do. And I felt like I did represent this measure better the last run through. So those opens were there. All right, G/B. 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Obsessive, but these two, and you heard me just doing that muted rhythm helped me get that tighter. 1 and I'm gonna count this right though, so it'd be 3 and a 40 and 3 2 and 3 and a 40 and 1 and 2 and 3 and a 40 and 1 and 2 and 1, 2. That's fast. All right, we're moving on. This is probably gonna get a little sloppy here, and it'll tell me like I can't really play these measures yet. I just get lucky, or like I just can't be consistent. 1 and a 2E and 1, 4 and 1 and a 2E and 3 and 1 and a 2E and 3 and a 4E and 1 and a 2E and 3 and a 4E and so I can play it. I can play it once. See if I can play it twice. 2E and 3 and a 4E and. You can play like 2 or 3 times. 3 and a 4E and 1 and a 2E and 3 and a 4E and 1 and a 2E and 3 and a 4E and. Okay, we're gonna leave that. So that's 90. Let's do the full loop at 92. we're kind of building a bridge, right? We're like just leveling this up, leveling this up, leveling this up. Maybe we're building a foundation. Might be a better way to say it. Oftentimes in lessons, I tell people, don't run through the entire song. That's a complete waste of your time. Work on the measures you're bad at. Do that over and over again. Put it into context. If you never put it into context, you'll never be able to play the song. If you never work on the individual measures you're bad at, you'll never be able to play the song. And really, like when you're working on individual measures, you're learning a skill. That's probably what people don't understand. The reason, and I'll use this little talking opportunity to check my tuning. The reason I'm spending 7 days, this is day 7 of doing a song that's obviously above my skill set, because if it was in my skill set, it'd be like done in a day. That's 7 days is what it takes me to learn something like this that's new and challenging and hard for me. Now, the cool thing is, this will be kind of locked into my playing style after this. It's a great way to learn. Like you learn 20 songs. I used to say 10. You learn 10 songs and you can play whatever you want. But if you pick the same genre or the same like skill set, you know, if you only do Dire Straits, which is great stuff. He's a great guitarist, Mark Knopfler, I think. Knopfler. Let me pronounce names wrong, which is something I'm pretty good at. Like if you only learn his skill, you'll be a really good guitarist and be able to copy him. But if you get like 10 influences, if you learn, you know, the Rolling Stones, if you learn the Beatles, you know, all in the 3 guitarists in the Beatles, you learn even their each nuance, even all of their different nuances. If you learn them, like it'll really open up your playing style. That's why this is taking me 7 days. That's why I'm okay also spending 7 days on it. I would not spend 7 days on it if I was just beating my head against a wall, because that's not how you get better. 2, 3, 4. Now that I give kind of like I'll give myself a B+ on that one. 4. All right, let's go 94. It's 1 BPM away from full speed. We could probably easily do. I mean, that first run through was really great. Like, you know, like I said, B+, which is a pretty high grade for me. But I can kind of feel like a little bit of fatigue setting in at 30 minutes. So we'll do a couple more. 3, 4. Cool. Every once in a while, I can feel my hand just get smooth and relaxed, and eventually, and it might be even like, you know, I'm gonna soon be done with this song and move on to something else. We'll go to 96. It might even be taking a couple weeks off, letting that foundation cure, as they would call in the building industry. I guess it's not the foundation. Well, no, it is the foundation. When you pour cement, it has to cure. You can't build on it right away, right? And sometimes me learning a new technique, leaving it for a month, and I'm not going to leave this for a month, but leaving it for a week, letting it settle, letting it become a part of your natural playing style, and then coming back to it, you'll be amazed with like, oh shit, I'm better. Because yeah, I got to move on to piano soon. 2, 3, 4. it starts to show. So I am getting a little sloppy. We're going to do 98 twice. Then we're going to go to 95 and then probably call it a day on this one. Feel pretty good about it. My ambition today was get this learned. I have a piano student I'm working with, and I need to work on 2 songs for her. And so that needs to be my focus the next couple of days. But I'm like, before I move on from guitar, I'm really trying to do better at this. I need to be 90% done with this song. And obviously I haven't worked on the chorus, but, you know, that's kind of the same idea as what we're learning. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. We're going to do this. Ooh, love that idea. No, let's do 98. Let's do 98. I get distracted easily. We're going to do 98. Couple of run-throughs. Then we're going to hit the chorus for 10 minutes. We're going to come back and do 95, hopefully with a little bit relaxed hand and ready to go. One, two, three, four. All right, we're moving on. My hand is giving me the, hey, my guy, we're done. Warning. So let's go look at this chorus. And if anything, what we'll do is just kind of like a light run through of it. And, you know, again, verse 2, he might play one note differently. All right, nice. I already have a tempo marking there. Not going to make that a thing that I'm concerned with. Right now, like if I'd go, my ambition is in the next couple of weeks to go perform this live. I would just copy and paste the first, second, third verse. It's close enough. And then if later I want to do like loop tracks for this, I'll spend time learning the different little notes that he played. Right now, I just don't think it's that important. Again, I'm kind of like setting up what's important in my practice right now. Getting every single note in the song is not the most important thing to do. Focusing on the verse and the chorus, yeah, that's important. All right, so kind of a chill little, get the chorus idea down, and then maybe hit the verse one more time and call it a day. So let's just get these movements. So we're going 10, 8, 7, 8, 5, 6, 3, 5, 1, 3, 3, 5. So that's that first. All right, so we got 1 and 2 and very nice sounding. Now here's where we play something similar to before. So I don't know how slow 48 is. I'm guessing pretty slow. Let's try just those 2 measures though. 1 and 2. That's the relaxed, chill vibe I need right now. And a 2 E and 3 and a 4 and. You're learning something new. You can tell that your hand's tired. I'm talking, obviously, about myself. Now is the time when you're doing something slow like this to sit here and relax. Take away the... play the right notes. Take away the tension in your hand. The reason I can't play that fast part is because I'm playing with tension. See what's different. Oh man, that's pretty much the whole chorus. So is this the same? So then we'll have the whole chorus at 48. 2 and 3 and 4 and... All right. I want to keep it chill, but let's go up by sixes, so 54. And we'll just hit this whole chorus a minute. Do this for a little bit, and then, like I said, we'll review that verse and then call it a day on guitar. G60. Oops. Cobalt BBX. How you doing, bro? What are you working on today? Practicing guitar or just like vibing to a very, very slow Blackbird? There might be some people that live stream their practice. I might be one of those persons. So yeah, this is obviously I'm only on number 26, but this is my new thing now. We're live streaming kind of like this is day 7. I'm working on Blackbird. You kind of see my faults and what I'm working on, what I'm bad at. Maybe where you might stumble if you're learning this. Maybe you're a better guitarist than I am. Yeah, we're number 26. So these are relatively new. We also own a sheet music company at musicbythemeasurespro.com, and like it's a great place for. Well, actually, okay. I owned a teaching studio for multiple years. I'm going to do like a quick rehash because, you know, there's a couple of people that watch these and have heard this story before. But I owned a teaching music studio, and I kind of got burnt out and wanted to take a break. And I was kind of jealous of everyone who had the time to practice, and I didn't by running the studio. I think at the time, our most popular, we had 120 kids. We specialized in kid bands, so we'd have like 10 to 15 kid bands at a time. And it was just too much. How long am I playing guitar, or how long have I played guitar? I'm playing guitar for about another 15 minutes, and then I'm going to be... Actually, this is a nice little break anyway. So a guy who worked for me, John, wrote phenomenal sheet music, more detailed than anything you could find online, and written really well for like a full-piece band, which is what we had as kids there. And And so yeah, we just when I decided to take a break from the teaching studio, we decided to launch this. Now I'm teaching part time and doing this, hopefully full time, but it's a little bit like in between everything else. But yeah, part of the idea of these videos are, hey, here's how you learn the song, here's how you practice, and a good opportunity for me to kind of like refine some skills, not only playing in front of other people, but also like, I don't know, I'm not that good at everything. So it forces me to get better and train and whatnot. And then obviously advertise our sheet music and memberships as well. That's my long speech. So I've been playing since I was 16. I've been teaching. No, I've been playing, I think, since I was 14. I had one guitar lesson. It was terrible. Literally the teacher, hey, thanks, bro. Literally, I had one guitar lesson. I don't know if I regret this because it forced me to learn in a very divergent path. But I had one lesson, and the guy was the music teacher in grade school and high school. He did both. And he goes, no, you're good. You're good. You don't need a lesson. And I was like, oh, but I don't know this thing at all. He's like, no, you're good. You're fine. You don't need a lesson. And so literally I walked away going like, well, I just have to teach myself. And this is like 2000 and actually like 1998. And the internet was brand new and there were tabs, but there was no YouTube. And yeah, so I struggled for quite a few years and was able to teach early on because I was just better than the students I was working with, and really didn't fall into a good practice habit, was really, wavering in how to learn how to practice. All those good building block things I wasn't able to do. The funny thing is I was able to launch a teaching studio, launch a lesson studio, and all that stuff, and being a moderate player. So another part of this all is me just leveling up. So, yeah. So, Cobalt, do you play? That's my two long stories. Now I don't remember if I did 60. We'll do 64, and then we'll hit the verse a couple times. So one thing that I love is I love to practice. And again, with the big old YouTube world, looking at how to monetize that. And I mean, sheet music wise, we have over 300 titles that have, I don't know. I would compare them to anybody else. Drumeo, our tabs are better than them. Songster is notoriously just wrong. Guitar Pro are user generated. Some of them are really freaking good, and some of them are like, wow, you've never played this instrument before in your life. And I always thought that was like a terrible thing when I was teaching. Like here's a tab, and the laziness of that as well. Of like, oh, I put no work into this, but good luck learning it. All right, we're gonna do 64. Cobalt's chilling. One and two and. Dude, Romania. Awesome, man. All right, Cobalt says, I'm also self-taught guitarist. I love classical music, and I'm very glad that I live in the period I am living. Dude, I think there's like huge pluses of the period that I grew up in. I don't think I took advantage of them. The lack of social media. There was enough internet around that you could learn a lot. There just wasn't YouTube like it was early on MySpace. But you've been playing for 5 years, bro? Dude, awesome. Like, what kind of stuff do you like to practice? And, dude, your English is fine. Your English is probably better than mine. There's a lot of words I don't know. Yeah, so what kind of music do you like to play? And then I also love your comment about people that are live streaming practice. We have people that are live streaming their video game playing and gets thousands of views. And it's like, man, we should probably like, that's cool. I'm not much of a gamer, but like, we should probably like, I don't know, have more musicians doing their stuff and promoting and whatnot. I think both take dedication though, right? A video game, you got to work hard at. That's not being sarcastic. Like if you want to be, I was hanging out with somebody and they were showing me how to play video games the other day, and I was like, well, it's like a year ago, but I was like, I don't understand this. This is way too intense. This is way too fast. Like I get my ass handed to me. Like it takes a lot of work and dedication to play those well. All right, we're going to hit that verse at 95 a couple times and then move into drums. Do I have enough time? Yeah. If I get going right now, I have enough time. So, all right, 2 times. So a little sloppy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, I'll have to check those. Cobalt says I like classical pieces. Dude, I'm not going to be able to pronounce any of those words. My favorite composer is from Spain. I like more classical pieces, but I will check them out. If you have some favorite pieces by them, bro, put them in the comments below and I'll check them out. Supposedly, so I'm just going to pause this for 1 second. I need a little quick break from it anyway. Literally have 2 left in me. Supposedly, Blackbird by the Beatles was taken, the chord movement was taken from a classical piece. I'll have to find out which one it was. But supposedly Paul and George would play through it and would only know a part of it and then pause. Just type in on YouTube the right way to play Blackbird. There's some interview with Paul on a British talk show and he talks about it. So it's kind of cool. All right, I'm going to call that good, guys. I'm going to set up drums a minute. That was actually a pretty good run through. I'm going to do one more day of this before I move to piano. So I'll hit this tomorrow and just really try to get that chorus up as fast as I can. Don't care about full speed at this point and just smooth that out a little bit. 95 is sounding better and better. But I'm going to do a changeover. We're going to move to drums. I'm going to work on Head Over Heels by Tears for Fears. So give me a pause if you guys want to check out that live stream. Okay. Live guitar practice number 27, Blackbird. I'm refining the chorus, or no, I'm refining the song, hopefully, and then gonna hit the chorus for a little bit, and then I got to do a changeover in the studio, so it'll be like 3 days of piano and drums after this. So it's kind of my last real big effort on Blackbird before I take a break, which is fine. Kind of feel like I'm there and ready for that anyway. If you guys want to support us making more of these videos, become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com. Your support helps. It allows us to create more videos. If you want the certain membership that allows you to get sheet music, that's awesome. If you need sheet music, we're here for you. We try to write really high quality stuff with all the details in it. All right, so day 8. Like I said, these are the couple measures I'm bad at. Gonna hit that first and try to get a little bit better at them, and then do some runs at 95 BPM. Feel good about just jumping in and hitting that C, G/B, 2 and 3 and 4 and so right away, I got to clean this up. This. Three and a 4 E and 1 and 2 and 3 and a 4 E and 1 and. All right, back with metronome. 1 and 2 and 3 and a 4 E and. And then, yeah, the last set of measures I'm bad at. A7. I'll probably just do the A7, D7, sus4. All right, with metronome. I have like 40 minutes today, or 40 minutes left, so I'm kind of like, get this done. 1 and a 2 E and 3 and a 4 E and. So I get a little sloppy on that. It's not that big of a deal. You can just hear this. It's an extra note that I sometimes get in there. There we go. 2. Let's get up to 76. We'll hit all of those again. Those 3 sets went too far. And then we'll work on the chorus for a bit, and we'll put the verse together at 95. Or probably 76, and then up to 95. 1, oh. 1 and 2 and consistency of that. I really want that on those other 2 parts. It'll happen, just not there yet. Two and 3 and 4 and that's actually the beat that it's on, but 3 and a 4 and last set. So let's do the A7 separate a couple times, and then we'll do the D7 separate. 1 and a 2 E and 1 and a 2 E and. That's a terrible idea because it's not working for me. Kind of an interesting idea, right? Nick and I have done this before where it's like speed runs. You pause, you jump into it. I was doing this on drums the other day too. You pause, you jump into it. You pause, you jump into it. Just because either I can't do the loop or the loop's too fast or I stumble every time I do the loop. And there's something about like starting a song or starting a riff on time, which is, you know, desired for most times that you're playing. So it really helps with that. Let's do it and not rush it though. 2, 1 and a 2 E and 1 and a 2 E and. Again, that D7 gets me. Just is not consistent. 3 and a 4 E and 3 and a 4 E and. Cool. All right, we're gonna ignore that now, and we're just gonna work on the chorus for a bit. Come back and put that together for the last like 10 minutes that I have. So this is chorus at 66. I think we can just jump right in, maybe review it once. So we got, that's the movement I always forget. Like, so you got that 10, 8, 7, 8, 5, 6, 3, 5. So it's, you know, a fret in between and then next to each other, next to each other. That's when I do it wrong. Then, right? Down to A flat 7, or A7, not A flat 7, and D7 plus 4. So it's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and can mostly play that. Three, 4, 1 let's go up from 66. So I feel like there's either a note out of tune or I'm just playing something bad. Could be just a combination of it. Sounds fine for the most part. Go again and more. And 3 and 4 and 3, 4. I will come in on this next time. 1, 2. It's a little sloppy, right? Just getting to all those changes and having it memorized. Let's review this a minute without the metronome. So we got 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 E and 3 and 4 E. Yeah, just something on that D. Back with metronome. 2, 3, 4. going faster. I feel like because I'm not resolving to the interlude, it feels weird for me. There's something that's just throwing my ear off. It could just be me, though. It might be because I've worked so much in that D7 sus4 to G in that other in the verse of the song. So just a little bit different there. There's something tripping me up. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and there we go. It might just be my ear today. Legitimately might. All right, we'll go to 78. Full speed's 95. I don't know if I'll get to 95 on this today. Trying to get a couple good ones in a row. I was feeling good about that last one that I was totally train wrecked on the measures, the right frets. Here's the plan. Save this. Let's go to the verse. Let's start getting up to speed on that, and we'll come back to that. So we ended the little loop practice at like 76, so we'll just do this at 80. Kind of like a middle ground, right? And I'm just going to sight read this all. I think most of it's in my head. So it'll come back quickly if it's not there. So that measure right there is the D7 that's throwing me off in that other section. I just so used to it resolving to this G that, you know, obviously when you spend like 7 or 8 hours on one thing and then you hear it differently throws your brain. especially because I've almost exclusively worked on the verse. You know, only in the last little bit have I started hitting the chorus. 4, 1, 2. Not bad at 80. Little rushy and 1 and 2 So this time through, I'm just going to play it on mutes, give my hand a little break, and then 2 and 3 into 4 and 1 and 2, and because I'm just rushing like crazy. Some little slip ups, but not bad overall. All right, let's go by 5s. That means we're only 2 steps away from full speed and about 20 minutes away from time. So that's good. All right, same thing. That doing the mute really helped me lock in, so I'm gonna do that again. Just really try to get that tempo. 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go up to 90. And that means we're 5 away. Feeling pretty good about it. There's, again, as always, I'll always say this. There's a couple little slip-ups, right? Those probably aren't going to get resolved until I play this for like a month. And then I will never make the same mistakes again. But until we get to that month, I'm just going to make those mistakes. 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, 4. little bit of a biff at the end, but everything else is pretty good. All right, now we're just gonna leave that and jump to the chorus. Do this for like 5 or so minutes, and then we'll go back and forth until I run out of time. It's kind of a good way to not burn out on a section and give your hand a break if you need it. I kind of do after doing 8 days of finger picking. Like I need to do more stretches and stuff. All right, so 82. Let's hear the rhythm on that. 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. 1 and 2 and slow it down. Some bad notes in there, but we'll live. There's some stank guitar face going on, but that's okay. All right. Just going back and forth between these two sections. It's a good way to practice, and it's kind of nice that that's where I'm at, where I can kind of jump back and forth. All right, we'll go full speed. If you look at day 1, I was not able to play half of this section. So if I can accomplish this much in 8 days, obviously I've played guitar for a while. That doesn't mean I'm good by any means, but it's possible for you guys to tackle anything you want within 8 days. Maybe 9. Maybe 9 for me. 2, 3, 4. So funny thing, I forgot how to play this part. Mostly, I had the other part still playing in my head, so I just kind of like wasn't able to think it through fast enough. I think it's there again. Find out. That was off the rails, though. Will happen, even when you think you have a part down, which, for a second I thought I was pretty decent at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I will give myself a free pass in there. There are a couple little like early gaffes and whatnot, and a little bit of sloppiness on the notes, but at 95, it's pretty good. So I'll jump in. I'll just do this one as a rhythm. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. I feel like that's there at 95. Again, I'm pushing a little bit because the technique's a little uncomfortable for me. So you can hear a little bit of rushing or a little anxiety in my playing. I need to erase that down the road. We're not going to worry about that right now. It's good to be aware of. So let's jump in at 85 on this. And yeah, let's just jump in. And then we're going to try to do the verse at 97 a couple times. And then legit, I'm going to be done playing this song for a couple weeks, which makes me a little bit happy and sad. I'll miss it. I'm one that would like to probably play this for the next month, refining every small little nuance, playing every note right. But what I'll be doing is I'm going to start working on the vocals for the song. I think it'd be a great open mic night song to do. I like that I'm playing all the notes, and I'll record one of those and put them up online as well. And yeah, go from there. But moving on to piano for the next week or so, or 3 or 4 days. 1 into 2 and that was bad. 1 and 2 and. Let's go 90. Brain did not follow me. Catch it this time. 3, 4. 1 and a 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and. So I think we just 95 this. Yeah, we got enough time. So it'll be full speed on the course. Didn't think I'd actually be here today on that. That's cool. Kind of a late afternoon practice, later than I expected. I took an extra nap today. I have to go teach some lessons, so. 1 into 2 and 3 into 4 and 1 and 2 and. 4 and. I do hear like the breakdown in like a negative way, right? When the technique that I'm developing for the song kind of doesn't hold up, and it doesn't hold up at fast tempos, which is not surprising, right? If it's a new technique, even though it's not like a hard technique, it's still just have to like break it in and make it usable for your playing style, or for you in your playing style. All right. So 97 is 2 BPM faster than we'll ever have to play. It's a great way to get the song kind of just cemented into your fingers. 1 and 2 and 3 and. There's some sloppiness that I'm going to forego because we're going faster than we have to. We're going to do this one more time. We're going to go 99 because I love to punish myself. No lie, my first finger starts to get a little wonky at this point. It's just not behaving how I'd like it to, which is probably like I'm playing with too much tension yet. So good to stretch out. Did some Tai Chi this morning. Open up your hands. And then 99 is obviously 4 BPM faster than I'll have to go, but that's good. 2, 3, 4. So instead of like just falling apart, which I thought 99 was pretty decent, like that's survivable. Again, the bad technique kind of like causes me to make a face. Not the bad technique, but like my hand kind of feeling like it's gonna go off the rails. So let's go to 95. Let's do a couple and then call it good on this song for now. We're not gonna count that as a start. Not bad. 2, 3, 4. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's a bad note or two in there, but good enough. Good enough for right now, and it's only going to get better from there. So I hope you guys enjoyed watching this. This is number 8. Like I said, this will be the last Blackbird for a bit. R.I.P. Sure, we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it with some loop videos. I'm going to do a behind-the-scenes loop video where I kind of like just do the verse at 3 different tempos, so you guys can, I don't know, have a more loopable practice than this 8-hour chunk, which I think would be really hard to actually like digest. So. Thanks for watching. If you guys want to support us, become a member at musicbythemeasurespro.com. You guys get sheet music. You guys get to tell us what videos to make. And